Morning. I'm now calling to order this meeting of the Portland City Council. Keelan, can we please call the roll? Oh wait, before we do that, I lied. We actually have a pre-gavel. I'm taking back my gavel. That didn't happen. No one heard that happen. We have a pre-gavel recognition of the Vanport Day of Remembrance. I'm turning this over to Councilor Purtle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, today our pre-gavel is about Vanport Day of Remembrance, which is on May 30th. But as folks who are following the work of Vanport Mosaic know, the honoring, remembrance, and celebration has been going on all week. We are doing this pre-gavel as the work continues in community so that we remind our city of this part of our history, so that we don't forget the racist policies that forced Black Portlanders to live only in limited parts of our city where they often faced the most environmental risk and, as we saw with Vanport floods, the most harm. Our city was unwilling to invest in risk prevention for entire groups of our community, and that's something that we must do better on today. This pre-gavel, though, is not just a reminder of the harm. It is also a reminder of the incredible culture that flourishes when people have the space to build community, when people are able to come together. And the lasting cultural impacts from Vanport on our city should continue to be acknowledged. And we must remember that that is tied to the opportunity of community being able to come together. Vanport is not just history. The descendants of Vanport are a part of our community today. One of our speakers today, Laveda Gilmore-Jones, is a descendant of Vanport. I'd like to turn over the floor to Laura Loforti with Vanport Mosaic and Laveda Gilmore-Jones to share with us a little bit more. Thank you both for being here today and being a part of our work.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for the beautiful words that you shared. That's truly the heart of our work. Vanport Mosaic is a memory activism platform. We amplify, honor, preserve, and present the many silent histories of our city and region. And we do it so that we can understand why we got here, we better understand our present, and we can imagine a new story for all of us, one where we all belong and thrive. And we do so with oral history, first and foremost. We build the largest archive of personal memories of life in Vanport, the tragic day of the flood, and its aftermath. Like you said, the Vanport story is not a story of the past. And personally, I came to Portland in 2014, and I've been receiving the gift of these stories since then, and that is why Vanport, that's why Portland is my home. It is because of this beautiful community and the lessons of solidarity, resistance, and strength. And so since then, we've been telling story with and not the Vanport community. So I'm honored to be here with Laveda Gilmore-Jones, who is a descendant and truly a pillar of this work. Before I leave the microphone to Laveda, I do want to invite you to the next few events of the Vanport Mosaic Festival, which started on Friday with a beautiful concert from Maxfield to Vanport, and then the very special reunion of the Vanport community. Particularly, I want to invite you tonight at the screening of oral history, Lost City Living Memories, Vanport through the voices of its residents. And there are more events coming. The festival runs until the 31st, and you can go on our website to see what events are coming up, and they're all free or by donation.
Well, thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Laveda Gilmore-Jones. I was born here in Portland, Oregon. And I was born here because in 1944, my grandfather, my grandmother, my mom, aunt, and uncle came here and my grandparents came to work in the shipyards. And ironically, I honestly didn't hear about the story and the community and the people who lived in Vanport until really it didn't cement in my mind until my mom's 80th birthday. And that was 57 years after the flood. Now, for her, the memories came forth before that, but she really sat and shared them with us on her 80th birthday. And I wondered, why did it take so long for that story to come forth? And then I remembered, when traumatic things happen to people, a lot of times we power through them, and then we just move on, and we don't stop to process it. And so the Vanport mosaic has given not only people like my mom and my aunt, but so many other people who lived in Vanport the opportunity to come together and to remember the stories of joy, and also to remember the day when everything that they knew was washed away, and then when they were washed into Portland. And remembering this also helps us remember what we as a city of Portland can do together. Even though we had racist laws on the books in the 1940s and 50s and 60s, we can come together and remember and try to undo and repair that which caused injustice at the time. And so we do have a clip from my mom's story, and the beauty of it is she was able to be in these chambers a few times for the proclamation. I know some of you remember her. Dan, I know you remember her. And so we're gonna just share a little bit of her clip and her story of Vanport. And technology, huh?
Yeah, let me troubleshoot really quick.
Okay.
And
one thing I do want to say is this past Saturday, we had a gathering of about almost 70 people, descendants and former people who lived in Vanport. And I wish you could have been there. It was such a beautiful sight to see our elders coming together, eating together, sharing stories together, laughing together. So next year, I can't invite you to the reunion unless you're a descendant, but I can invite you to come to some of the other events that we are having. So please do. Okay.
I was in the theater with a bunch of other kids. We were watching a movie. All of a sudden, one kid came in, ran up to the front and said the dike broke. And so everybody ran out of the theater. We lived within running distance of the theater, and we ran to, I ran to our house. We tried to put some things together so we could get all in the car to get out. The water was coming. We were driving as fast as we could. People were running and screaming and trying to keep up with their families, and where's my kid? And everybody was taking care of each other. When we got in the car and was going up the hill, I looked back and I saw a wall of water behind the car, and I realized how close we were to being washed away. But we got up the hill and everybody was helping everybody. I stood with a whole crowd of people looking at the flood just wash the units, the housing units up, and knowing that our possessions were gone. I didn't realize that we were homeless until later on in my life. I looked back and I thought we were absolutely homeless. We didn't have much of anything. But the thing about it was people helped each other. We knew each other. They knew each other from being in the shipyard. They knew each other from being in Vanport, living close together, because it was no other way you weren't going to know somebody. By that time, I understood the really harsh segregation that was present in Oregon. The contrast was that in Las Vegas, I felt that I could go into the store and buy things, any store. There were stores that had signs in the doors, no Negroes served here. I went in anyway. They served me. So I learned that if I challenged the system, I could probably make a difference. And so I spent a lot of my time figuring out where I was gonna go to either challenge or just let things be. And so that was a big job for me in Portland. And whereas in Las Vegas, I didn't have to do that. It really did throw me back to the flood. And I knew how helpless those people felt. I think that was the first time I cried about what had happened to me. And I couldn't be there to help. But I thought, here, this many years have passed, and we're not taking care of them any better than they took care of the people in Vanport.
And so, in the spirit of B. Gilmore, today you will hear many things that come before you. And I encourage you to look at them and say, how can we challenge and how can we change? What do we need to challenge and what do we need to change? Just a little note, my mom, gotta say this, gotta brag on her. She passed in December of 2021, but when she did pass, she passed the way she wanted to because she was the first African-American nurse to graduate from the Oregon Health Science Center in 1955. And so she took charge of her medical, and so I challenge you, take charge of what you can take charge of, challenge what needs to be challenged, and change what you can change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much for being here. And if you want to leave the handouts about everything else happening this month, all of the other events, Keelan, do you want to hand those out to everybody? Is that possible, if we get them to you? Okay, perfect. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you all. Thank you
And
for being
remember that we are remembering throughout the year. This is the moment of the festival, but the work is every day. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here today. Okay, colleagues, with that, I am now calling to order the meeting of the Portland City Council. Keelan, can you please call the roll?
Canal,
Here.
Portal-Guinea,
Here.
Ryan,
Here.
Ameline,
Here.
Mario,
Here.
Novick, Clark,
Here.
Green,
Here.
Zimmerman,
Here.
Avalos,
Present virtually.
Smith,
Here.
Dunphy.
Did you hear me?
Oh, yes, Councilor Avalos, thank you. Dunphy.
Here. And can we please read the rules of decorum?
Yes, good morning. Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with council can be found at the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless the presiding officer states otherwise. Your microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony today should address the matter being considered. When testifying, state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, identify the organization you represent. Virtual testifiers should unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have a very large agenda today, and we should all expect to be going until 1:30 rather than our normal 12:30 time. And I hope everybody's helped to get through a ton of second readings and some things that are relatively ministerial, including 3 items that were not heard at committee but are time sensitive from the administration, and so we will be hearing them directly. I will call those out when we get there, but I just want to note to my colleagues, it is not a precedent to bring things directly to councils, but the budget hearings and work sessions sort of screwed everything up. So those will be happening here. Our first item is the agenda approval. Are there any requests to amend the agenda to reorder items or reschedule items to a future reading?
Yes.
Councilor
Council
Smith.
President. I'd like to reorder item number 17 and move that up. I do understand about the administration, but those pieces could have been amended back in January, February. I think this is so important to make sure that we hear these words, particularly after the Vanport pre-gavel. They've been waiting for months and months to get this on the agenda. And so it would be great if we could reorder the agenda and put them at the top.
You'd like to hear them after the time certain or after the consent agenda? Where on the agenda? would you-
After the time certain.
Okay. Councilor Smith has moved to move item 17 to be heard between items 4 and 5. Is that correct, Councilor?
Yes.
Okay. And Councilor Vice President Clark has seconded. I'm just reading my notes real quick. Okay, can we take a vote on the reordering of the agenda?
Canal,
Aye.
Portal-Guinea,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Ameline,
Aye.
Mario,
Aye.
Novick,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Zimmerman,
Aye.
Avalos,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The motion to reorder the agenda is approved with a vote of 12 ayes.
Okay. Do we need to do anything else on that, Keelan? Agenda's approved now, right? We're good. Okay, there we go. Just want to make sure we need a second vote on that. Just
Yeah,
verify.
yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Can we please move to public communications?
First up, we have Karen Shire.
I'm upstairs, so I gotta
Sorry, I had to go sit upstairs for a few minutes.
No problem. Happy to wait for you. Welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. My name's Karen Chire. I am a business owner in District 4 and a resident in District 3. And today I was going to talk to you guys about using PSEF money for police. But I mostly have, I guess, some questions, and I know you guys can't answer because we can't go back and forth. But I'm just curious if the Peacock people, do you guys just want lawlessness and or oh my God, I just lost the word. Street justice instead of police, because I don't think that's the way we should be running our city right now. With all the crime that's happening, with all the people getting hurt, I mean, you've seen the news, the lady that got bludgeoned, the guy that got shot in Southeast Portland. I mean, it just seems like it's just continual, you know, and like, I'm scared. I'm scared of owning a business downtown. I'm scared of owning a residence in Southeast Portland. You know, like, where can we go to feel safe? We can't go to libraries because the homeless are hanging out in front of the libraries, doing their drugs, potentially inside too. But I don't go inside, so I don't know. And then parks, you know, like homeless hanging out in parks, doing their drugs, you know, having their weapons. And so I just like, it just amazes me how the police are not important in our city, you know, and they are. You know, I understand you guys don't like some of the things that they do, but, you know, there's good people that work for the police, and they're trying to do a good thing. But when you stifle them and make it so that we don't have enough, which we haven't had enough for years, you know, like, what does that tell us as citizens? You know, that we're not important enough to have law and order in our city? You know, and the fact that you guys can't come to an agreement, it's always a 6 and 6, you know? I have a magic 8 ball. Maybe this will be your deciding factor, you know? Do the 8 ball. You know, I think we need to change the charter to have maybe not 12 people, maybe 11 people, you know, or have the mayor or the city administrator help with making decisions, you know, but something needs to change because we're not safe, and we won't be for a long time, because more homeless people are not going to be housed anymore. More fees that you guys have are going to kick more people out of their residence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Fred Stewart. Fred Stewart. Next, we have Michael Johnson.
Tatsumewi. Good morning, counselors. My name is Michael Johnson. Oh, sorry.
That's close. Hello, I'm Michael Johnson. I live in District 3, but I also lived all over the city. And with that said, as I'm a Portland, Rip City Blazer fan, and I'm here to give some words of from others that's in our community. I'm gonna get back to the speech that I wrote, and it was hard to really stick to the piece that I wrote, because as I got closer to the chambers, it started to change more and more. And so I had to deny my nature and become the big guy that can speak for others. And so here we go. Council members, my name is Michael Johnson, and I'm writing to express my belief in the transformative potential of our city. We stand at a moment where bold ideas, responsible planning, and community-centered leadership can shape the next generation of progress. Our residents deserve a city that invests in innovation, protects dignity in every person, and builds a system that works for all, not just for today, but for decades to come. I believe in a future where sustainability, economics, mobility, and public trust are not just aspirations, but everyday realities. For example, the Blazers have hosted youth basketball clinics that brings kids together, encourage healthy activities. They also support the local charities and small businesses, which really strengthens the bond between the team and the city. Overall, their presence adds a lot of pride and unity to the community. Blazers are considered a big ticket to support, right along with the police department. We stand supporting both, absolutely. And that sense of pride and community is exactly why keeping the Blazers here benefits everyone and supporting them with the money that they need to establish a presence with the new ownership. And there's Blazers that have retired, and there's current Blazers that are on the team that gets out in the community and reach out to hospitals, our youth, families, and so forth. And I've also had a privilege of receiving tickets from the Blazers and sharing those with folks that had just got married, that is under the poverty level, got married, and then took those tickets that I gave them and went to a Blazer game and celebrated their honeymoon at the Blazers game. So it's really important that we support our Blazers team. I was asked to come down in my Blazer gear and so forth. So thank you, and I hope that we move forward as a city to be really enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Tish Newby. Tish Newby. Edie Rogaway. Edie Rogaway. The alternate, Kristen McLemore. Kristen McLemore. And then one last try, Fred Stewart. Okay, that completes communications.
Okay, thank you all very much for being here today. Next on our agenda, I'm turning to our city administrator just to see if we have any updates on the status of the ongoing response to federal interventions in our city.
Thank you, Council President. No new updates. We're still looking to hear back from the hearing officer on the 5th of June. So once we have that release, we'll have a new update for council.
Thank you very much, sir. Keelan, can we please call item number 4?
Yes, item 4. Document 2026-177, create a sister city relationship between the city of Portland and the city of Lviv, Ukraine.
Colleagues, today's ordinance is establishing a formal relationship between the city of Portland and the city of Lviv, Ukraine. It's also an affirmation of the original purpose behind the Sister Cities movement. At a time when cities increasingly play an important role in subnational diplomacy, climate cooperation, economic exchange, and humanitarian engagement, sister city relationships continue to serve as one of the most enduring forms of people-to-people diplomacy available to local governments. That mission remains just as relevant today, perhaps even more so. Uniquely, Portland's Sister City Network has been rooted in grassroots, community-driven structure supported by volunteers, cultural organizations, educational institutions, and residents themselves. That structure is what has made many of these relationships sustainable over generations. These relationships have never been simply symbolic. In fact, several of the Portland Sister City relationships were established during periods of geopolitical tension or historical transition. historical transition, when community members believed strongly that bridges needed to be built rather than walls. Today, by establishing a sister city relationship with Lviv, Portland continues that tradition. Lviv itself has long served as one of Ukraine's great cultural and educational centers, known for its historic architecture, civic resilience, vibrant arts community, and strong tradition of local democracy and European engagement. In recent years, the city has also played an important humanitarian role, supporting internally displaced Ukrainians and coordinating relief and recovery efforts during an extraordinarily difficult period for the country. This ordinance recognizes that even during difficult global moments, cities still have the ability and responsibility to foster mutual understanding, human connection, and long-term partnerships. Councillor Knoll, as a co-sponsor of this, I'd like to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Council President. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'll keep it brief. I think it's fair to say that this is the next step, naturally, of a process that began with the declaration of Lviv as a friendship city in 2022. There's a one-year period that's built into the process, which we are now a few years past. So I think the people of Lviv have been waiting. I think also the people here who've been supportive of this sister city relationship that we're hopefully going to create with this ordinance have been waiting as well. Formalizing relationships as sister cities acknowledges work, goodwill, and personal and community ties that have already grown within and between our communities. They create opportunities for cultural exchange, economic collaboration, educational partnerships, tourism, and long-term cooperation between residents as well as civic organizations. I think this is a program that we have underutilized over time, and I think it's a place that I'd like to see us push for more out of this process and out of this structure. I also wanted to just thank Cheeto for your work on this and the work of the position as well, which is really vital to ensuring that we have the ability to grow and develop relationships across and outside of the United States. I also just wanted to note that our bonds with Lviv are deeper than the current political status or the current situation in Ukraine, the current war. They're rooted in lasting cultural, civic, and personal connections between our communities. And for that reason, I'm proud to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. When I first got the messages from all of you, it was about a month and a half ago, I was delighted to make sure that I raised this up so we could make sure this was on the agenda today. So it's really good to see all of you. I look forward to your presentation. Thanks.
So turn it over to our speakers here in a moment. I'd like to especially recognize Tatiana Turdal. I may have screwed up your last name. I apologize for your extraordinary leadership, persistence, and community building through this effort. Tatiana has led the Portland-Lviv Friendship Effort, wherein Portland established the Friendship City Association in September of 2022. Alongside Tatiana is Cheeto Dlawayo. Cheeto, I'm sorry about you. I screwed it up. But from our city's Office of Government Relations, Cheeto's worked to help coordinate the formal sister city process and broader intergovernmental engagement associated with this effort. Together, they'll provide an overview of how this partnership developed, the community effort behind it, and the vision for future collaboration. Please take it away. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Council President and members of Council. For the record, my name is Cheeto Dlawayo, and I manage the International Relations Program within the city's Office of Government Relations. Thank you, Council President Dunphy, Councilor Knoll, Councilor Ryan for introducing this item today. The goal of the International Relations Program is to strengthen Portland's engagement with the world through diplomacy, cultural exchange, economic relationship building, and people-to-people connections that ultimately benefit Portland residents. And while this work certainly does not exist in a vacuum, a significant part of my role involves coordinating and responding to a wide range of international engagement requests and efforts. One component of my work involves managing Portland's Sister Cities program and coordinating with the coalition of volunteer-led nonprofit organizations that sustain these relationships through Sister Cities. As previously shared, Portland has a longstanding history of international engagement. And while sister city relationships are often viewed primarily through a cultural lens, their value extends much further. Across the country, cities increasingly look to Portland's model because our relationships are community-driven and designed to endure beyond political cycles. We also have seen how these relationships can create trusted channels for collaboration during moments of challenge. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, our sister city of Kaohsiung, Taiwan, helped facilitate the delivery of personal protective equipment to Portland during a period of critical shortages. And so part of my role involves reviewing and vetting requests and proposals for new sister city relationships. And under those criteria, organizations must demonstrate broad-based community support, nonprofit organizational capacity, financial sustainability, active programming, and an ability to sustain the relationship over time. The process also requires a Friendship City trial period to formal sister city designation. Lviv is internationally recognized as a UNESCO City of Literature and is widely regarded as one of Eastern Europe's great cultural and intellectual centers. Both of our cities share a strong tradition of creativity, civic engagement, independent culture, education, and public life. Both communities also recognize the importance of the arts, creative economy, and essential components of sustainable urban development and civic identity. Over the past year alone, the Portland-Lviv Friendship City Association has continued to deepen these ties through humanitarian fundraising efforts, medical aid support initiatives, educational exchanges, and public programming designed to raise awareness and maintain direct people-to-people connection between both communities. And those efforts will be discussed in greater detail shortly by Tatiana. And as mentioned, I do also want to note that while Russia's invasion of Ukraine has understandably shaped the context of this relationship, the effort began years before the invasion and is rooted in genuine civic and community connection. And so since that time of the Friendship City status being formalized on September 28 of 2022 through Resolution 37588, the Portland-Lviv Friendship City Association has successfully fulfilled the requirements outlined under Ordinance 176047, which includes sustained programming, nonprofit governance, annual reporting, and demonstrated financial capacity necessary to support long-term relationships. And so, for decades, Tatiana has used her background in international economics, her experience as a visiting professor at Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, and deep personal and professional ties to both communities to be a voice for Ukrainians here in Portland. More recently, she has spent time in Lviv advocating and ensuring that Portland's solidarity with the Ukrainian people is not simply symbolic, but sustained and active. I first met Tatiana in January of 2019 after she reached out to discuss the possibility of formalizing a sister city relationship between Portland and Lviv. Since then, it has been an honor to witness Tatiana's leadership and steady work that has brought this initiative to where it is today. And so I want to specifically acknowledge and thank Tatiana for her persistence, dedication, and long-term commitment to this effort. Building a sister city relationship through Portland's process requires years of sustained community organizing, volunteer leadership, and institutional coordination, and her commitment has been instrumental in bringing this initiative to this point. It's now my pleasure to introduce Tatiana Tudal, president of the Portland-Lviv Friendship City Association, who will provide additional background on this relationship and the work that has been undertaken.
Thank you, Chida. Good morning. Thank you for considering this ordinance. I would like to, I have prepared a presentation with a number of slides. I don't know if they will be projected.
There is a presentation.
But I can start speaking to the presentation. So my name is Tatiana Tudal. I'm president of Portland-Lviv Friendship City Association. The mission of our organization is to promote strong ties between Portland, Oregon, and Lviv, Ukraine through cultural exchanges, educational opportunities, business, and humanitarian partnerships. So Lviv is a city in the western part of Ukraine. It's close to the Polish-Ukrainian border, just about 1 hour by car or train. So let's go to the next page. You can see a map of Europe. Yes, a map of Europe, and you can see where Lviv is located on the map of Europe. Just like every other old European city, it's gone through a long period of history being part of different kingdoms, republics, empires, It was founded in 1256 by the King of Galicia, Danilo Halicki, and named in honor of his son Lev, which means lion in Ukrainian. So there are lions everywhere in Lviv, and it's known as the City of Lions. It started the 20th century as part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and then started the 21st century as one of the major economic, political, educational centers of independent Ukraine. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It's a very beautiful city. So these pictures are all the pictures that I took in Lviv in 2002, 2003, and 2004. So you can see there are lions everywhere. There is wonderful food. So Lviv serves rose-infused coffee and rose-infused lemonade. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And as Chito mentioned, a UNESCO City of Literature, part of UNESCO Creative Cities Network. It has one of the oldest universities in Eastern Europe, dating back to 1661. And in Ukraine, it's one of the IT hubs. The IT center, IT cluster in Lviv is so big that they have even their own mini football and futsal league. So IT companies play soccer tournaments among each other. Next slide, please. We've had many visitors from Portland going to Lviv and Lviv residents coming to Portland. And everybody who visits both cities comments on many similarities that exist between the cities. Even those where we are 10 time zones away, we have joint coffee culture, book culture, sustainability, food culture, and definitely very strong arts. Next slide, please. Over the years, we've had delegations coming to Portland from city government, Lviv city government, Lviv administration, Lviv region. In 2006, there was a group through State Department program on energy efficiency. In 2017, there was a group on good governance. And people from those delegations expressed strong interest in creating formal ties between two cities, and our community maintained ties to members of those delegations. So the picture is from 2023 at Lviv City Hall with one of the members of the 2017 delegation. Next slide, please. We also have a very large Ukrainian American community here in Portland Metro, and many of them have ties, family, professional, to Lviv. For example, every year we have a Ukrainian Day Festival. This year it will be August 22nd at Westmoreland Park in Southeast Portland, and please everybody come. It's organized by Ukrainian Foundation. One of the leaders of the foundation is immigrant from Lviv. We have a lot of businesses that have roots in Lviv and Ukraine. So some of them you can tell from the name, like Ukrainian Federal Credit Union has Ukrainian in the name. But then when you think about Powell Books, you can't tell that it was started by first and second immigrants from Ukraine. Walter Powell's last name in Ukraine was Pavelko. So Walter Powell, Volodymyr Pavelko. In our community, we sometimes refer to Powell Books as Pavelko Books. Next slide, please. We have also very talented artists as part of our community. We worked with one of them to create 30 different sketches of logos representing both of our cities, and I wanted to for you to see this creative process. And then we asked Portlanders who came to our events to choose their favorite one, and worked with a Lviv graphic designer to finalize this lion on a bicycle with roses representing both our city of roses and the city of lions. Next slide, please. During the year, we host many events. We are part of PSU's International Night. We host International Vyshyvanka Day. We've been working for the last few years in the Grand Floral Parade, so you can see a picture of Randall here holding sunflowers in one of the recent parades. We've been having coffee with Lviv, a direct link to Lviv from Just Bob, which is a great coffee house in Northeast Portland that serves Lviv latte. And we're also part of the Ukrainian Day Festival. So definitely please come see us at the festival. Next slide, please. One of our programs that I want to highlight is New Europe Book Club, where we introduce Portlanders to books in English translation by Ukrainian and other authors from Eastern Europe. So we've read books by Polish, Czech, Ukrainian authors, and been very fortunate to have live conversations with modern Ukrainian authors. Andrei Kulkov and Lviv author Natalia Motolinets. Next month, we'll be talking to Artem Chapai. Both of his books are at Multnomah County Library, so I encourage people to read them and join our live conversations. And then next slide, part of our mission is humanitarian partnership. In partnership with Medical Teams International, which is a great nonprofit based in Tigard, and with logistical support from Dawn, we sent a medical supply container to Ukraine. So 40-foot container filled with 1,200 boxes of medical supplies, and currently they're on a cargo ship going to a Baltic port, and from there will be taken by truck to Lviv. Artists from Portland who are part of our community have also traveled to Lviv for music festivals. And last year, while they were there, they also gave a concert at Unbroken, just a free concert for people at the rehabilitation center. So just continuing those relationships between people of our cities. So next slide. Just saying thank you everybody who has been coming to our events, who have contributed to our programs. And next slide, I encourage everybody to get involved. We have a Facebook page, we have a website, and you don't have to be part of the Ukrainian community to participate in our programs or be part of our organization. The majority of our board members don't have any connections to Ukraine or Lviv, don't speak Ukrainian. They just are interested in building these ties and learning more about Lviv and Ukraine. And I would like to thank Randall, who is one of our founding members, for being here and helping build the organization and the ties. And hopefully he has a few minutes to say something about Lviv.
Yeah, thanks, Tatiana. Good morning. My name is Dr. Randall Blazak, and thanks for letting us make our case. Shortly after the full-scale invasion in February of 2022, I headed to the Poland-Ukraine border to do relief work. Lviv had become a city for people escaping the war in eastern Ukraine, so it became a sort of a hub of humanitarian aid. And I went in to Lviv the first time, bringing supplies in, bringing things for the internally displaced people. There may have been a drone or two stuck underneath those supplies. We won't talk about that. But I spent the night the first night I spent a night in a bomb shelter, and the word was out that there was this rumor that Lviv was kind of a coffee city. And I'm like, well, I'm from Portland. I don't know, you want to step up? So that morning I climbed out of the bomb shelter, and Lviv had just been hit for the first time by Russian rockets. So the smoke was still in the air, and I was impressed by how normal the city was, but also how much the city looked like Portland. People on bikes, people in bookstores, people sitting in cafes in the middle of a war. I went and got a beautiful latte, learning that the person who invented the latte was actually from Lviv. So thank you. Starbucks should send him a check. And had a nice latte, and I said, you know, I'm from Portland. And the barista said, what is a Portland? And I thought, okay, we've got some work to do here. But what struck me was how similar Lviv was to Portland in its feel, in its literary feel, in its coffee culture. The only difference was it was constantly under attack. And it made me think, what if Portland was experiencing that? What if Portland had rockets coming and people being conscripted into battle? And what if Portland had suffered the same fate that Lviv had suffered? They were very, very similar cities. So returning from that experience of being in a battle zone, I really began connecting with the large Ukrainian community here and finding ways to make a difference. And one of the ways was creating the Lviv Latte, which is at Just Bob's on Northeast Alberta and 24th, as a fundraiser for humanitarian aid, but also doing the work through our organization to get real meaningful aid to people, including the organization Unbroken that you heard about, that supplies real important needs to people who have been the victims of war, not just the physical things like prosthetic limbs, but trauma care as well. And so it's been a great honor to do this and get to know the local Ukrainian community, who is both long-lasting in this city, but also many new people who are here since the beginning of this war. And so that's why I really want to thank you for letting us build this relationship between our two great cities. They are so closely connected, and this is a great way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. That concludes the presentation? Perfect. Okay.
Yes, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Keelan, is there anyone signed up for testimony on this item?
We have one person signed up.
Let's go ahead and call them up.
Sarah Yee. Sarah Yee. Okay, that completes testimony.
Thank you. Colleagues, any discussion of this item? Councillor Ryan.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. When Laurel Porter reached out, I guess it was about 6 weeks ago, is that correct? Yeah. Is she going to be a Rosarian soon, correct? Is she connected to this? Am I thinking of another one?
So she's one of our Rosarian liaison, and I believe she's now a Royal Rosarian. So I
Got to give her some, I have to lift her up right now because she texted me and asked if we could make sure that we got this on the agenda before next week's celebration of all the sister cities. So your new Rosarian contact was working on all of your behalf. Not surprising if anyone knows her history. So anyway, congratulations to all of you. I'm so glad that this materialized. It's been great joy to watch it evolve, how quickly it's evolved. And I also want to acknowledge when the conflict started, it was such a fascinating moment in the dais when there was when the war started years ago now. And there was some people that wanted us to not have a sister city relationship with the Russian city. And it was actually people from the Kiev sister city that said that's not the spirit behind sister city relationships. And so I think I'm always remembering that right now as well, because conflict, unfortunately, is inevitable. And I don't want to get into that right now because it makes me too sad. But what we do know is the relationship building of sister cities is an essence that we must sustain. And I look at you, Cheeto, and I think of the program, International Affairs, and the mayor knows this. I'm very heartbroken that that was one of our cuts this year, and I hope we could still figure out how to restore it. I can't think of a more important time for us to lean in to sister city relationships than now, when we have some isolationism that's quite cringy coming from the White House. So it's all about relationships. The oceans are not that big, and we really need to keep connecting with each other in a cultural way. Thanks so much, and I'm so happy to vote yes on this.
Thank you.
Councilor Ryan. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to appreciate all the work that you put into this. It was a great presentation, and I feel like hopping on the next plane to get that latte. I have a special relationship with Ukraine in that I worked in the city of Salem and we had a sister city with Simferopol. And we know what happened to Simferopol and Crimea, and we don't want that to happen to the rest of Ukraine. So I'm very supportive of what you've done, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. I'm highly supportive of this action. We've had a conversation at a couple different town halls. I appreciate your doggedness and making sure every councilor understands the importance of this. And I hope to someday enjoy a nice cup of coffee in Lviv. I'm going to support for this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Bertolini.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to you all for being here and bringing forward the next step in this process. It's very clear that the work has been done. The fit, the commonalities between our sisters, between our cities is right, and the time is important, both in terms of the conditions in Ukraine and the support that Lviv needs from friends, and the conditions in the United States, and the work that we need to do to continue to ally with cities around the world who are fighting against authoritarianism. Sister cities are, by their nature, not political, and I appreciate, Cheeto, that you said that as part of the work that we're doing, because this should be about the fit and the relationships and the people. And just like we asked another one of our sister cities to step up, Councilor Ryan, you talked about this, I think, during COVID. We know that we will need to step up in this relationship, and that there will be many times where we ask Lviv to be there for us as well. So to commonalities in commitment to humanitarian work, coffee, books, and bicycles, I appreciate all the work you all have done and the process to go through those important steps to make sure that the commitment is truly there and that the relationship is meaningful. I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor Bertolini. Councilor Zimmerman.
Thanks. It's great to have you all here. As a career-long soldier, there aren't many soldiers who don't really value the diplomatic arm of government, because when the diplomatic arm works, it means the military arm doesn't have to. And so as a soldier, I value that a lot. And the Sister City program, I've always considered it is a subnational form of diplomacy across the globe that Oregon participates on behalf of the country, but also on behalf of our everyday residents. And so it's something we should be proud of. It's something we should invest in. I've had 3 distinct types of services overseas myself. Of course, war, but more rewarding, frankly, was peacekeeping in Kosovo and diplomatic in Bangladesh. And this is a good move at a time when it's almost impossible to talk about a sister city relationship without acknowledging what is happening given the aggressions of Russia in Ukraine, right? It'd be great to make sister cities in wonderful times, but it's also more important, underlined and bolded in italic, when it's in the hardest of times. And so I remember when that invasion started, and for the first time in my career as an officer, I got a notice from the Pentagon side of things: any officer who has connections with Ukraine, make yourself known at this time, right? That was the seriousness of the situation. California had a lot of people because they have a partnership with Ukraine as a partner nation. And that ability to answer that call, it isn't just in the forms of government in the State Department or in the DOD. It also takes form in so many ways, cultural, in family relationships. Most family relationships have connection back across borders, that borders are just made on one day of the year and they hold for a long time, but family relationships cross those borders. California, because of its official relationships, was able to step up in a lot of ways. And I remember that very specifically. And so in a time with deep aggression happening and assaults against a nation while others are maybe pulling back from, I really value the sister city relationship. And I value it through the good times and the bad, because these relationships are what help you get through the bad times so you can thrive in the good times. And I'm sure, given geopolitics, there'll be ups and downs to every relationship that we establish, but I really look forward to this. I'm so grateful to your leadership and continued doggedness and making sure we bring this forward. So happy to support. I think we continue to invest in the things that set American partnerships up as things for us all to aspire to and not walk away from. So thanks so much. And I am so happy. And for the Ukrainian families and residents of Portland, I hope that you see yourself in this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, this item now moves to second reading. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Keelan, can we please call item 17, reordered from our agenda?
Item 17, document 2026-182, appropriate $2,500,000 from the revolving loan and social housing acquisition fund for homeownership development in District 2.
Okay, I'm turning this over to Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. Today, I am proud to introduce the ordinance to appropriate $2.5 million for two community-rooted developers who produce homeownership projects, and that would be Self-Enhancement, Inc. and Williams and Russell. And I'd like to call to the dais Williams and Russell, Self-Enhancement, Inc., and Andrew Hone from the Portland Chamber of Commerce. Let Jabri, can you let Andrew sit there? Because we will not be able to do three at the invited guests. Thank you. And I just want to say this. This is about more than housing units. This is about repairing harm, creating home ownership opportunities, and making a historic investment in Black home ownership in North and Northeast Portland. I also want to note that Councilor Canal and I are sponsoring an amendment to change the funding source from the revolving loan fund and social housing acquisition fund to the construction excise tax fund. And so I think we need to note and acknowledge that homeownership, when we talk about that for residents of the city of Portland, there is a gap. And we must recognize that Black home ownership in Portland is alarmingly low compared to that of white residents. This gap reflects broader systemic issues that require our immediate attention. The current statistics. Currently, statewide Black home ownership rates are approximately 36%, while home ownership stands at about 67% for white home ownership. In the Portland area, there are between 25 and 28% Black home ownership, while white home ownership is at 57%. These figures are often even more pronounced, underscoring the need for targeted solutions like the ones we're going to hear about today. The reality is that the average Black household cannot afford the median home price in Portland. This financial barrier not only impacts individual families, but it also hinders the ability to accumulate and transfer generational wealth. While we cannot overlook the systemic disparities and rapidly rising high costs that contribute to these challenges, addressing these inequities is essential to create a more inclusive housing market. We need to promote local supportive programs. Fortunately, we have Williams and Russell, CDC, and Self-Enhancement, Inc. There are several culturally specific programs and advocacy organizations, but not enough dedicated to assisting Black Portlanders in achieving home ownership. These resources are crucial, and fostering financial stability and empowerment from the city is very important. And I would like to have Williams and Russell to speak first. Can our CEO speak?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, President Dumpy, councilors, Vice President. When we got the phone call about coming here, and we've come here quite a few times, we responded accordingly. We got everybody rallied together because Black homeownership does matter. We thought that we expressed our boundless gratitude about the opportunity in and of itself to be funded, to get our builds done, but it didn't happen. But one thing about Portlanders, specifically Black Portlanders, we persevere. And we keep going at it until we get equity. The very thing we talk about so often, equity, meeting people where they are. Equality doesn't always work, but equity does, because of the intentionality behind it. So for the folks who introduced this ordinance, Smith, thank you so much. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for realizing how important this is to us and staying and keeping to the fight. Zimmerman, thank you for getting on this. Thank you, Perdoguini, Councilor Ryan, and Vice President Clark. Thank you for taking a chance on standing behind this ordinance. And Kanal, thank you for working with Councilor Smith to get this right, to find a funding source that we all can be in agreement with. Reparative development is what we stand for at Williams and Russell. Reparative development will be a matter of contemporary policy. And just to reiterate what it is that it's a formal acknowledgement and an apology that happened in 2017 from Ted Wheeler, who literally came to Northeast and said, I'm sorry. Not only did he say, I'm sorry, he acknowledged the wrong that happened through PCC. And not only did he acknowledge the wrong, he gave us money to build back. Think about that. A politician admitting and saying, I'm sorry. Imagine that. But he did that. And that's what set us on this course called reparative development. This is no ordinary build. And we stand here with our partners, folks in the gallery, to stand by what it is that we're doing. We're doing nothing more than what you all are doing, and that's getting folks access to housing, home ownership. Affordable housing is good, it's needed, it's important. But home ownership matters too. It's about wealth creation. Now, I had a script, but I think it's much more important to talk about truth to light and to be honest and to look at you all in your eyes. That we have an opportunity to get this right and right wrongs. The world is watching because Portland does it differently. We dare to dream. We dare to be audacious. We're even thinking about having a sister city in Ukraine. Think about that. Because we are here to support each other. We are nothing without each other. We're all in this together. Home ownership matters, and I thank you so much for your time. And I do hope that today we will find a resolution where we all could stand behind this unanimously and really show how Portland stands together. Thank you.
Good morning, City Councilors. My name is Bryson Davis. I'm the president of the Williams and Russell CDC and the former co-chair of the project working group for Williams and Russell. We're here talking about the Williams and Russell Knott Street Townhome project. And this effort represents 55 years of progress on this block. It represents over a decade of many people working together to repair a community. And like SEI's excellent project, we seek to rebuild the sense of home that was lost due to the actions of the past. For generations, Portland's Black communities in Northeast Portland were harmed by systemic policies, redlining, forced displacement, the construction of I-5, the construction of Veterans Memorial Coliseum, and the expansion of Emmanuel Hospital. They devastated a vibrant and thriving neighborhood. These weren't isolated events. They were part of a pattern of decisions that stripped families of stability, opportunity, and generational wealth. The result has been the legalized theft of wealth and the breaking of trust between the city and the communities that it serves. The Williams and Russell Knott Street Townhome project is a meaningful step towards rebuilding that trust. As the first project within our broader Williams and Russell development, it is designed with clear purpose to expand affordable home ownership while restoring access to wealth-building opportunities for those who are harmed. The project will deliver 20 high-quality townhomes ranging from 1,200 to 1,800 square feet. The largest units include fully accessible ground floors, making them ideal for multi-generational living, an important priority that we heard that many families have. In partnership with the Portland Housing Center, we are using the city's preference policy to connect these townhomes to the people who were displaced by those original actions. Importantly, these homes will be built to Earth Advantage Platinum standards, and they're designed to be collectively net zero, thanks to the support of the Portland Clean Energy Fund. That means lower utility costs, healthier living environments, and higher quality buildings for the homeowners. The requested $1 million is essential. It will replace funds we've already redirected from other housing projects and our organizational operations to keep this effort moving forward. Without it, we risk compromising affordability and delaying future homeownership opportunities. When we surveyed community members as part of the project working group, we heard the same refrain over and over. Wealth was taken from us. We need real ownership opportunities to get that wealth back. Many, many people expressed that only building affordable apartments was not sufficient for those families who lost their homes and the wealth that went with it. Homeownership is a key pillar to the generational wealth transfer, which we know Black families lag behind the rest of the country. I've seen many of you out in our community supporting its people, supporting its businesses, and really just adding to that sense of support and belonging that we all want and that we all want to feel. I know that we all share a commitment to affordable housing, a commitment to equity, and a commitment to restoring opportunity and prosperity where it was once taken. This investment ensures that the Knott Street townhomes achieves their fullest impact, that they're delivering not just housing, but stability, dignity, and a path toward rebuilding stolen generational wealth. Thank you for your continued leadership and for your support, and we're here and we're available to you if you have any questions about our project.
Trent Aldridge from SEI. Could you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Good morning, Council President Dunphy and councilors. My name is Trent Aldridge, and I serve as the CEO at Self Enhancement, Inc. I want to start by saying thank you to Councilor Smith for your persistence, and to Councilors Canal, Zimmerman, Pirtle-Guinea, Ryan, and Clark for finding their way to a yes. This journey for me has felt personal. SEI has been in North and Northeast Portland for over 40 years. We have watched families get priced out of neighborhoods we serve. And we have watched the council debate for months on whether an organization with our track record, our relationships, and our documented results deserve $1.5 million to help families own homes on the same streets their grandparents were displaced from. And I will be honest with you, when the Broadway corridor moved forward, it didn't just feel like something other than process. Here's what I would like you to know about our project, which we were calling the Ruby Mack Place. We're building 49 homes in East Vanport, 1,500 to 1,800 square foot net zero homes that our community can own. Oregon Housing and Community Service awarded LIFT home ownership funds to this project through a competitive process because it pencils, because SEI has a proven track record, and because the need is real. The state of Oregon has already voted with its dollars. Now it's Portland's turn to make an investment. What the Ruby Mack Place delivers is not complicated. Permanent affordable home ownership. And this $1.5 million is what will make it truly accessible. Without it, units are affordable at 80% AMI. With it, we can push down to 70% or even 65% and cover down payment assistance and purchase costs that stop qualified families. Not renting, owning, building generational wealth, creating the kind of stability that means their children don't have to start over. Families who are rooted and stable put money into Portland's economy. According to the Federal Reserve's survey of consumer finances, the median homeowner has 40 times the net worth of the median renter. 400,000 versus 10,400. That's the door we're trying to open. That is what this vote is about. And SEI doesn't just build units, we stay. Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies found that children of homeowners score up to 9% higher in math and 7% higher in reading. Even after controlling for income, that is not a housing statistic. That is a child reaching their potential in the classroom, a family investing in their neighborhood, and a generation building wealth instead of inheriting instability. Wraparound services, resident support, culturally specific programming, that is what we bring. This ordinance is an opportunity to match what Oregon already believes in, and I'm asking this council to take it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Zahn?
Good morning, Council President Dunphy, Vice President Clark, and members of the council. I think it's fitting that we're here doing this today, on the day that we acknowledged Vanport and the history there. And we're looking at a project on the Williams and Russell block. We're looking at a project in East Vanport and have an opportunity to make a unified statement that we support Black home ownership, not just support Black home ownership as a whole, as a community, but we support Black home ownership on these sites. I wrote testimony that I was going to share yesterday about 4 o'clock and was very excited to see that I was gonna have to change all the testimony I wrote when I saw the partnership and the collaboration that went into the amendment that was posted last night. I want to thank all of the counselors that worked on the initial ordinance. I want to thank all of the counselors that were able to work together to get to a place of collaborative partnership and putting the amendment forward that was put forward. You've all heard me talk about this subject. You all have heard me speak about how I feel about the urgent need for homeownership opportunities for the Black community in Portland. So I didn't plan to talk very much more about that this morning. I will echo what Trent said just around the goals of our project. We want to make the highest quality homes that we can. We want to be able to build net zero home opportunities. We want to be able to create the highest level of affordability that we can also. And it is not our goal just to create home ownership units. It is our goal to create home ownership units that are accessible to Black Portlanders who could not afford to buy homes in Portland before these type of projects are able to be developed, funded, and stood up. We don't want to build units that somebody who can already afford to own a home can afford to purchase. We want to build units that somebody who could not otherwise afford to purchase a home is able to purchase. I do want to say a little bit about something that's really important to me. I want to be able to appeal to all of you as leaders in this city who have an opportunity to set a foundation for how future decisions can be made. You are the first Portland City Council in this new form of government. And the precedents that you set from the seats of power that you sit in will impact every council that occupies these seats after you. I want to challenge all of you to think about the example that has been set so far this year and think about how today's events can offer a different example. We've seen a level of hyperpolarization on this council that mirrors our national political landscape. We have seen a reality where any Portlander paying attention can look at a random vote, a random proposal, and predict what the votes are going to be, not based on the merits of that proposal and the values of each of you, the values that each counselor holds, but based on who's proposing it. And that's something that I really, really hope we're able to see change. I hope that the collaboration that led to the amendment that was put forth for these projects is able to set a new foundation and able to initiate a new precedent where the leadership of our city is not paralyzed by voting blocks, but the leadership of our city is able to work together to do what's best for our communities, for all Portlanders. I know that Portland is better than that. I know that all of you are better than that, and I know that because I know many of you. And I have a great relationship with Councilor Smith. I also have a great relationship with Councilor Avalos. I'm building a very good relationship with President Dunphy and have really enjoyed the interactions we've had. I'm also building a very good relationship with Councilor Pertl-Guiney, former President Pertl-Guiney, and have enjoyed the interactions we've had in building that as well. I can go down the line with this council and state emphatically that I've never had a conversation with any of you that I walked away from feeling like this person doesn't align with the values of SCI and the excellence that we want to bring to our communities. So I know there's much more commonality on this council than past voting patterns have suggested. And again, I just want to encourage all of you with the hope that what led to the collaborative partnership that brought us to where we are today, the ideals that brought us to where we are today, are able to be represented again over and over and over again. And that's what this council will be remembered for. That's the precedent that this council can set going forward, again, for every council that comes after you. So absolutely here today in support of this amendment and just really, really encouraged by the collaborative process that brought it to where it is. The last thing I'll say, I am the Director of Advocacy and Engagement at SCI. I'm also a steering committee member for the Welcome Home Coalition. And this morning, Welcome Home submitted written testimony in strong support of this amendment. I'm sitting here next to Andrew Hone, the president of the Portland Metro Chamber, and they're in strong support of this amendment and what we are doing here today. I don't know how much I have to reiterate to all of you the significance of that the Portland Metro Chamber and the Welcome Home Coalition are united in the ideals that this is a valuable step to take for our city, for our community, specifically for Black Portlanders. Black Portlanders deserve this. Black Portlanders have had opportunities suppressed for the entire history of this city. And this is an opportunity for the council to say, we're going to take an initial step right now to move in a different direction, to disrupt the history that has been the norm in our city and do something different. And again, I hope that this is a precedent that is able to be carried forward with this council and future councils after it. So thank you.
Thank you, Sahan. Andrew Hone, introduce yourself, please.
You have to make me go after him, huh? It's always a tough act to follow. Thank you for those words, and they do strike true. Good morning, Council President and councilors. My name is Andrew Hone, President and CEO of the Portland Metro Chamber, proud registered lobbyist representing business, employers, nonprofits, community organizations across the region. The Chamber is here today in strong support of the Homeownership Investment Ordinance introduced by Councilors Smith, Zimmerman, Pertl-Guiney, Ryan, Clark, and Knoll. This proposal invests $2.5 million towards homeownership development in District 2. and specifically in Self-Enhancement Inc. and the Williams and Russell CDC project to help expand affordable home ownership opportunities for Portland families. Portland's housing conversation much too often focuses, and appropriately so, on rental housing, on shelter capacity, and our homelessness response. And those investments matter. But if we are serious about long-term stability, if we're serious about economic mobility, multi-generational wealth building, and preventing displacement, we must also talk about new housing production and critically home ownership and the opportunity that is before you right now today, Black home ownership. Homeownership remains one of the strongest pathways to building household wealth, creating financial stability, and allowing families to remain rooted in their communities. Access to ownership opportunities continue to be out of reach for many Portlanders, particularly Black households and historically displaced communities in North and Northeast Portland. The ordinance directly acknowledges that history and attempts to create opportunities where few were available before. This ordinance is also important because it recognizes that housing policy cannot be one-dimensional. Portland needs rental housing, supportive housing, middle-income housing, and ownership opportunities. We need all of the above approach if we expect to close our housing gap and remain economically competitive. The projects are intended to create new units of housing while promoting long-term community stability and intergenerational wealth building. The Chamber has consistently advocated for housing production of every type to be accelerated, and we were proud to stand side by side with Williams and Russell in the state capitol this last legislative session to support the funding for the project and adjacent business hub. Housing is critical, but it must also be matched by jobs. This is exactly what is possible at Williams and Russell. The state has done its part, and we need the city to lean in as well. In addition to the benefits of the project, I want to talk about SEI and about Williams and Russell. They are outstanding partners that will be good stewards of these resources. We have the highest regard for their work and for their commitment to excellence. They should have our community and this council's full confidence. They have earned our trust. We encourage the council to support this amendment and send a clear signal that the city council is dedicated to home ownership, Black home ownership, and building intergenerational wealth opportunities by getting shovels in the ground now. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Councilor Smith?
Thank you.
Is that the conclude the presentation?
This is the invited guests.
Okay.
And I think we have some other guests who have signed up.
And I understand that Commissioner Singleton is available online also to testify, so I'd like to welcome her to testify.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me a couple of minutes here. I just hopped out of our board meeting. My name is Shannon Singleton. I am the Commissioner for District 2 for Multnomah County, which is North and Northeast Portland, as well as the city of Maywood Park. And I'm here today to ask you to support item 2026-182 to appropriate $2.5 million for homeowner development in District 2 through partnership with SEI and the Williams and Russell project. With the city's role of infrastructure, zoning, and housing development, many communities have been harmed by previous city decisions. While you all are not the counselors who made those past decisions, you can be the ones to start seeking justice for these communities and their families. District 2 was home to many of our diverse community members in Portland, and the Black community in particular. They invested in these neighborhoods to make for a better future. Both of these developments are in my district and are critical investments in desperately needed affordable housing. In particular, the opportunities for affordable homeownership, which are critical to address the widening wealth gap for Black Portlanders. The Portland Housing Bureau data shows that Black households earn an average of an income of just over $44,000 a year, meaning we make less than half of what white households make. It is no wonder that we have no neighborhoods that are affordable to rent, let alone opportunities to buy homes. Please vote yes today and make the opportunity for homeownership a reality for more Black Portlanders so we can live our values and make equitable investments in affordable housing development in this community. Thank you for your work on this amendment. Thank you, Councilor Smith, for your leadership. And thank you to all my friends I see out there in the audience ready to testify in support of this project. I really appreciate the work and look forward to continued partnership with you all over here at Multnomah County.
Thank you, Commissioner Singleton. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. Just in order to allow for the conversation in the testimony to include reference to the amendment, I'm just going to follow our normal tradition here and float the amendment. We'll formally move it afterwards. I want to first say it's the only amendment listed. So what it would do is change the funding source from the revolving loan and social housing acquisition fund to the construction excise tax subfund as 225020 for the record. And this allows for the use of that particular pot of money instead of the revolving loan and social housing acquisition fund. There is also the addition down at the bottom of the ordinance of a waiver to ensure that that all the applicability of those funds is which we think would have applied anyway, but certainly we'll be sure this way that it applies to both of these two projects. And I just want to thank Councilor Smith for her collaboration on this. I also will want to thank Councilors Murillo and Dunphy who have expressed support for the amendment as well and put their names on it as also. And I just wanted to make sure that that's something that testifiers can speak to, and then we'll discuss it formally after the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Colleagues, I'm going to have us get to public testimony now, and then we'll take a restroom break after that. So, Keelan, can we please call the first panel of people to testify?
We have 13 people signed up. I'll call folks up in groups of 5. Frida Walker, Tanisha Renee, Mark Jackson, Benjamin Gilbert, John Washington.
You're welcome to start us off, please.
All right, perfect. Good morning, President Dunphy, Vice President Clark, and members of the council. My name is Jabri Willis. I'll be speaking in place of Frida Walker, who could not be here today. I want to first acknowledge the name of this project that SEI proposed, the Ruby Mac project. To many people, this may simply sound like another development name attached to another funding source. But to me, Ruby and Mac were real people. Ruby Hobson and Mac Hobson were my wife's grandparents. 2 Black Americans who migrated from the rural South to Portland looking for opportunity. They worked in Vanport and raised their family in North Portland during a time that simply having stability, dignity, and ownership in anything for Black people was not something that was guaranteed. And I know that never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the same area connected to Vanport, a place remembered for one of the most devastating tragedies in Oregon history, would ultimately be a place that was named after them and then also be an opportunity for Black folks to own homes. In that time, that would probably have sounded like a fantasy to them, because for generations, homeownership in Portland for Black families has sounded like exactly that, a fantasy. My wife and I were fortunate enough to purchase a home in 2018, largely because I served 6 years in the United States Army, and I was able to use a VA home loan. The sacrifices I made for this country, including 2 tours to Afghanistan, allowed me access to doors that many families do not. And I realized something after becoming a homeowner. The problem wasn't just housing. The problem was access, advocacy, information, and representation. This realization led me to not only dedicate 10 years of my life to serving youth and families with my work through SEI, but I also became the licensed real estate agent in Oregon and Washington, because I understood that if we're not in the room, decisions are often made for us without us. And I can tell you this, that the projects like this have already been talked about throughout our community, and our community has already taken steps today to make sure that they are homeowners tomorrow. Please do not let this become another thing that we almost did. Our communities have experienced too many broken promises. We were promised opportunity before, yet the entire Black neighborhoods were displaced through the expansion of the Memorial Coliseum, the freeways, and the hospitals, so much that my brother has said before. We cannot undo the past, but we can absolutely have the power to impact the future. You have the opportunity to help level the playing field, to change the trajectory of generational wealth, and to give working Black families an opportunity that for far too long has felt unreachable. And there's something deeply poetic about taking a place connected to the pain and flooding of Vanport and transforming it into future home ownership, future stability, and future blessings for generations of Black families. I've often heard the phrase, "I am the dream of my ancestors." Today, I stand before you as proof of that dream, and I'm asking that you help to make sure that that dream remains possible for others as well. Please support Commissioner Loretta Smith's proposal and approve the full funding amount for both housing projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Council President Dunphy and all of the council today. I want to just begin by saying I'm Pastor Mark Jackson, the co-founder, co-pastor of Voices of Praise International Ministries. Also, I'm also on the board of the Coalition of African and African American Pastors and Imams. And I want to thank Councilor Smith for your leadership and for your courage and for modeling what it is to be a city public servant, not just focused on your district, but the entire city of Portland. I'm here today not to persuade, but to encourage, because I truly believe you all have the conviction to do what is right and what is just for Black Portlanders. You have all the information you need to make an informed decision. But this vote is not transactional. This vote is a commitment to restorative justice and generational wealth for Black Portlanders. What will the future, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews say about you on this day and where you stand? For you've been empowered to be in elected office to reconcile some wrongs. And today is your opportunity to be on full display to let Portland know you have courage. Not just individual courage, but collective courage. The signs you see in this chamber, we are descendants of Vanport. We are descendants of those who were displaced in the historic Albina district. We are here and we're not going anywhere. Support these housing projects, support William and Russell, support SCI. It's proven and is documented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben, go ahead.
My name is Benjamin Gilbert. I'm a tenant in District 4 and a volunteer lobbyist for the Portland Democratic Socialists of America. I want to speak in favor of this appropriation for SEI Williams and Russell as amended by Canal Smith Murillo Dunphy 1. I strongly support removing social housing as the funding source and using the construction excise tax revenue instead. This is a viable source for funding SEI and Williams and Russell projects. We hope for the success of these projects and the community members who will benefit and urge councilors to support the use of the CET. I want to thank Councilor Smith for co-sponsoring a change to this funding source. By using CET, we don't take away from a funding source that was created to fund permanently affordable housing, social housing. It is paramount that we expand municipal capacity for the development of social housing, not further hollow it out. Shelter doesn't need to be another speculative asset for capital. Renting can and should be a stable arrangement for tenants. If we are serious about the economic future of our city and the wealth building of all Portlanders, we cannot rely on speculation. A better world is possible. A world where leases can be passed on to your children, where rent is controlled and rent burden is a distant memory, and where our neighbors are housed and not on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tanisha.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tanisha Renee, and I am the Deputy Executive Director at Williams and Russell CDC. And I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues that have already shared. This is not just about housing, this is about repair. And for generations, Albina and Vanport were central to Black life in Portland. These are places where Black families built community, raised children, opened business, worshiped, and thrived. And those roots were disrupted by deliberate public decisions that displaced Black Portlanders, excluding families from homeownership and weakened pathways to generational wealth. We are still living with the impact of those decisions. We see it in the racial home ownership gap, we see it in housing instability, and we see it in limited opportunities for Black families to buy homes, keep their homes, and pass those homes down. This is why investment in SEI and Williams and Russell's development matters so much. These projects are rooted in historically significant communities that were deeply impacted impacted by displacement and past public policy decisions. And for many first-time homebuyers, especially those who've been denied access, pushed out, or left behind, the purchase price is still the barrier. This investment will help us close that gap. And I really just want to urge Council to support the funding to help families come home, stay rooted, and build true generational wealth and be able to pass that down. I also want to thank Councilor Smith for your unwavering support of the Black community and our work, and really thank the rest of the Council too for coming together and being able to collaborate and work together. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next up, John Washington, Phil Berlin, Michael Johnson, Tyler King, Veronica Oro. I see we have John online. Go ahead, John.
Good morning, Council. My name is John Washington, and I'm toggling between two board meetings right now. But it's ironic that I'm sitting in the board meeting with PCRI. And, you know, what draws to mind, first of all, I'd like to also appreciate my district reps. And, you know, I appreciate you guys coming to the forefront on these issues and staying, you know, in the game with them. And, of course, Loretta Smith, in the tireless work that I see that you've been doing. And as I continue to think about Maxine Fitzpatrick, and she used to always say to me that affordable housing is not, the intention of affordable housing is not to have it in perpetuity. But what she was also trying to say that there needed to be a structure around affordable housing that inspired people and gave people hope to continue to aspire toward the American dream. And the one thing that I've witnessed and we've been a part of, I also am the executive director of the Seoul District, or the North-Northeast Business Association, one of the largest business districts in the city. But what we've come to understand is that the Williams and Russell project is one of the most comprehensive projects that we've seen today, because not only does it afford people housing, it also affords people the opportunity to dream and the opportunity to advance their lives. You can come into affordable housing structures. You're surrounded by the opportunity to grow into home ownership. And if you have a vision for whatever it is that you want to accomplish in this world, you also have a business hub. You can achieve your dreams. What I support is the fact that this project is probably one of the most comprehensive projects that I've been able to be a part of, and I'm proud to be a part of it. But I'm also proud to see how long over a span of time, and I've been watching these processes for the last 40 years, and where we've come to today is probably one of the most important, significant times that we've arrived to. I'd like to encourage the council to make sure that they make the right decision today in supporting these two projects and to making sure that we're on the road to recovery. I appreciate it, and thank you all for allowing me to share with you.
Thank you so much for being here today. Somebody jump in, whoever wants to go first.
All right, good morning. President Dunphy, Vice President Clark, and members of the council, my name is Phil Berlin. I serve as a housing coordinator with Self Enhancement. In 1978, my mother moved to this country. She rented the same home for more than 10 years before having the opportunity to purchase it. And now today, this home is still in our family, and her grandchildren are beginning their lives there. That is the power of home ownership. It creates stability, roots, and the opportunity for generational wealth. Now, at the same time, that opportunity has not been equally accessible. The city of Portland has a history of policies and practices that have suppressed African-American home ownership, denying families access to the very pathways that build wealth in this country. Home ownership is a primary vehicle for generational wealth. And when African Americans are excluded from that system, the impact is felt for generations. That's why projects like the Ruby Mac development matter. These is more than just housing. It's an opportunity to restore part of Portland's Black community and to create real pathways towards generational wealth. Let's be honest about the affordability. Right now, these homes are targeted for those who are about 80% AMI. That's around $100,000 a year. That does not reflect the reality of our workforce. Many of the very people providing housing and social services in this city, including myself, earn closer to $50,000 to $60,000 a year. If we want equity, we have to build it for the people who are doing the work. This investment would lower home prices by $30,000 to $50,000, bringing them closer to what is actually affordable, and moves towards a bigger goal of making them accessible for those who are 50 to 60% of AMI. So I urge you to support this investment in the Ruby Mac project and in African American home ownership, because it's not just about housing, it's about access, equality, and access, equity, and the ability for families like mine to build something that lasts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Tatamewi. Good morning, counselors. My name is Michael Johnson, and I am an enrolled member of the Nez Perce tribe and a direct descendant of Old Chief Joseph. I'm here today on behalf of the Northwest Native Chamber and the Community Economic Coalition to ask for your support of Councillor Smith's proposal of $2.5 million in a one-time funding for housing. The Community Economic Coalition is a partnership between the Black, Hispanic, Native, and Philippine Chambers of Commerce. Our mission is to transform the economic landscape and build intergenerational wealth. We are deeply grateful for the Council's continued support of our economic development agenda. However, business support is only one piece of the larger picture. Every day we hear from clients who are devastated by the rising cost of living. Housing instability creates a ripple effect for low and middle income Portlanders, and without a stable place to call home, pursuing education, maintaining employment, and building financial resilience becomes nearly impossible. Simply put, home ownership is a critical economic development and growth issue. Without housing stability, our clients remain trapped in a daily struggle to meet ends meet, and it leaves them without the capacity to pursue business opportunities that uplift families and drive Portland's grassroots economic recovery. As Indigenous and Black people, we are not merely secondary characters to the story of this nation. Rather, we are the foundation of all that is and ever was, and we therefore urge you to support the supplemental budget ordinance directly supporting the $2.5 million in unallocated funds toward affordable housing and community development projects that promote home ownership. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, President Dunphy, Vice President Clark, and members of the Council. I am Dr. Veronica Oro, a Senior Data Research and Analysis Specialist at Self Enhancement, Inc. My expertise is in developmental psychology, and I adopt a bioecological lens to examine the myriad, dynamic, and multi-structural factors that influence human growth and development. Bioecological theory states that human development is guided by characteristics intrinsic to the individual, such as personality, factors in the immediate environment, such as the family and home, and macrostructural influences, such as the very city ordinance I am here today to discuss. The decisions you make here have resounding impacts on community members and can alter developmental trajectories, for better or for worse, particularly for the most vulnerable among us. An individual may have all the grit in the world, but can they truly thrive when systemic barriers hold strong, the proverbial foot on their neck? You may not have the power to fully lift this, but you are equipped to relieve it by supporting Black home ownership in Portland, a mechanism through which generational wealth, economic mobility can be built and sustained in an equitable way. I'm a fairly new resident of Portland, having moved to Oregon in 2021 and Portland specifically in 2024. I am originally from New Orleans, a city that owes all that it is beloved for food, music, hospitality, to the rich Black culture there. I was hesitant to move here for a job assignment as a Latina, fearful of the culture shock and of experiencing exclusion in a city known for the hashtag Portland So White. However, in the short time that I have lived here, I have found strong community and have come to know what a falsehood the national perception of Portland is. SCI played a large part in altering my own perception. I have the great pleasure of working for an organization that is a steward of racial justice in Portland, leveraging culturally informed practices rooted in 45 years of on-the-ground work in our community to connect with Black youth and families and bolster them in actualizing their full potential. Our hub is in the Northeast, home to Portland's historic Black neighborhoods. However, I can't help but notice the very people we are meant to serve in close proximity being pushed out in real time. Clients are being forced to relocate due to the housing affordability crisis, further away from critical resources and community that uplifts them. I shudder at the thought that the cultural fabric of this city could be rendered homogeneous and one note if this gentrification continues to go unchecked. I implore you to support Councilor Loretta Smith's amendment. Do your part to advance Black home ownership and economic mobility in Portland, and entrust nonprofit partners with proven track records in the community to serve as the stewards of this mission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much.
Council President Dunphy, Vice President Clark, members of council, my name is Tyler King. I'm a principal broker and a realtor here in Portland and a proud member of the Portland Metropolitan Association of Realtors. I'm here in support of this ordinance. Homeownership is a proven path to reduce poverty, stabilize neighborhoods, and set families up for success for generations to come. And this puts real money behind that idea in exactly the right places. But I do want to touch on the broader picture because I do think it matters. Rental assistance is an operating expense. Down payment assistance is a capital investment. One stabilizes a household for a lease cycle, the other transforms it for generations. The United States is the only country where a family can lock in a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. It's as American as apple pie. A buyer closing today knows exactly what their principal and interest payment will be in 2055. No lease renewal surprises, no pet rent, no wondering if assistance will be renewed in the next budget cycle. And while making that predictable payment, they are building wealth. The typical net worth of homeowners nationally is $430,000. For renters, it's $10,000. That's a 43-to-1 gap. That is how generational wealth is built, or conversely, not built. Many on the City Council have been working to expand its government housing footprint. I understand the appeal, but government housing manages poverty. It does not end it. Creating a floor is well-intentioned. We also need to provide a ladder. Down payment assistance in projects like we're talking about today is that ladder. The Williams and Russell Project and Self Enhancement Inc. project both include home ownership units. When a family in North or Northeast Portland closes on a home, they are not receiving a subsidy that will need to be renewed next year. They are building equity. They are building something to pass down. They are doing what families displaced from those same neighborhoods never got a chance to do. I do want to name one thing plainly. The city is proposing to spend $10 million becoming a landlord while spending $800,000 helping people build generational wealth. That is a policy choice, and I think it's the wrong one. Every dollar in down payment assistance creates a private asset, permanently removes a household from the subsidy treadmill, and frees up a rental unit in the process. Approve this ordinance, and then please do more of this. And a special thank you to Councilor Smith for her continued leadership in bringing this forward. And I want to point you to PMAR's letter of support of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. They can go sit down. No.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, we have Henry Sheffer, Hope Baraka, Lorena Guyette, Justice Reggie. Go ahead, Henry.
Hi, thank you. Representative Henry Sheffer.
Hey, Henry. Sorry, we're having trouble hearing you.
Is that better?
It's still really quiet.
That's sounding better already. Just a little closer.
That's better. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for letting me know. Hi, I'm for the record, my name is Henry Sheffer. I'm a renter in District 2 up here. So first, I'd like to say Self Enhancement Incorporated does really wonderful work for our community. And I think we can all agree that we want to increase rates of Black and Indigenous home ownership in this neighborhood. If you've looked at any of our data, you know that we have really high rates of rentership in North Portland. However, I'm here to support the amendment, I believe, introduced by Councilors Dunphy, Murillo, Canal, and Smith, to instead of taking that money from the revolving loan fund, to instead take it from the construction excise tax review instead. I think it's a mistake to pit social housing against home ownership assistance because those communities, really all communities in Portland, are going to benefit from both of those things. Yeah. Sorry, that's most of what I have to say. Yeah. I think the revolving loan fund is going to create a long-term, sustainable way of sort of helping renters who do not have a lot of recourse in other ways by introducing forces onto the rental market that will stop this ever-increasing exponential growth of rent rates that we see at the moment, which homeownership will hopefully also do. So I don't think we should really be pitting these two things against each other. I think they're both really reasonable solutions that should both be invested in by the city. So I'm here to support the amendment that takes it from the construction excise tax instead. Thank you. I see my time.
Thank you very much.
Hope.
Good morning, Council President and members of City Council. My name is Hope Baraka, and I'm here today in strong support of the ordinance appropriating $2.5 million for homeownership development in District 2, including support for the Williams and Russell development and Self-Enhancement, Inc. I have worked in residential and commercial real estate in Portland's urban core for 20 years. I currently own and manage Think Real Estate, and our brokerage is affiliated with Williams and Russell CDC as the brokerage of record, working alongside Portland Housing Center. I am speaking both as a real estate professional and as someone directly involved in the practical work of helping families move from aspiration to ownership. As you've heard, homeownership remains one of the primary ways families build generational wealth, but access to that wealth building tool has never been equal. Black Portlanders own homes at nearly half the rate as white Portlanders, and those statistics have barely changed over 60 years. That is not an accident of the market, and it's not in the past. It's a result of policy, lending discrimination, redlining, displacement, appraisal bias, predatory lending, and the loss is staggering. When you look at the broader wealth gap, the median white household holds roughly $240,000 more wealth than the median Black household. The Williams and Russell project promises to utilize Portland Housing Bureau's preference policy. It is one of the City of Portland's clearest tools for repair. But a policy without funding is only a promise on paper. At Williams and Russell, Black Portlanders were not just displaced from a neighborhood, they were stripped of ownership, of equity, of place, and the ability to build generational wealth where ownership should have remained in community hands. The right to return has to mean more than the right to apply. It has to include the real financial support needed for Black Portlanders to come back as homeowners, to rebuild equity, and to regain some measure of what was taken. If Portland is serious about repair, then funding homeownership at Williams and Russell and Self-Enhancement, Inc. is part of fulfilling a commitment the City of Portland has already made. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you very much for being here.
Lorena.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Lorena Gayet. Just wanted to speak in regards to this. I wanted to make sure I show my initial support for the funding for housing development, especially for Black homeownership. Express some concerns at the original writing, specifically for the choice of appropriating from social housing, and really appreciating and vocalizing my support for the most recent Canal-Smith amendment that's been introduced. Housing to me is deeply, deeply important, not just as someone who is a Latina, but also someone who has seen how housing has been helpful for my Afro-Latino cousins who he is currently expecting a daughter. So I'm very excited for him. And it was really, really devastated when Canal's amendment last week to make sure that this HUD funding was failed to pass. That was really devastating. So I'm really grateful that this is still getting a second shot at life. To me, it's really, really vital in order to provide this type of funding for District 2, but definitely not at the expense of additional investments in other long-term solutions. Social housing and programs like this are both gaining traction. There is a wealth of data showing the benefits to social housing as well as housing for specific marginalized communities. And then there has been recent news that has shown its popularity. I really do appreciate the amendments put forward, and I definitely can't help but feel a pause if the most recent amendments were to be rejected as well for, the Smith-Canal amendment in order to change the funding. And I do understand that the budgeting session this year was very stressful. So I do feel that changing the funding source from social housing to CET revenue seems to be the ideal solution for an ultimately stressful thing. And hopefully that both of these things will cause the necessary long-term solutions in order to provide an equitable Portland. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Peace. My name is, for the record, my name is Justice Raji. I am a registered lobbyist for this with the City of Portland, but I am not here in any professional capacity. I am here today as the current board chair of the Williams-Russell CDC, but also a community member who has served and volunteered on this project since its beginning, which is almost at 8 years, if I'm correct at this point, which I would remind some of us is longer than some of us have been in elected office. And that's important to understand because I was one of the people who took the initial surveys on the site with the community who experienced almost 50 years of a blank slate of land that was cleared and supposed to be something. And it was nothing. The primary message, the largest message we received from the community was get something done on this site. And I've personally dedicated myself to make sure that happens. So when I'm here in front of you, I'm hoping not to repeat facts you've already heard, but to give some context to institutions such as the city government have a memory and a history that they are responsible for, regardless if they chose to do it in the past or not, or they thought it was right or wrong in the past or not, or they thought they followed the right process in the past or not, you are still responsible. As a person in the seat, the people are looking to you, and I've said this in other spaces, to move heaven and earth to get something done the way we have seen other things that had far more resources, support, access to capital, institutional power, social capital, structure around them, people with powerful names and powerful influence to make things get done, receive all sorts of support. I'm also proud to say I'm a former employee of SEI and a friend to the service they provide to this community. And in the larger scope and understanding the impact that not only SEI and Williams-Russell CD, but other community-based organizations have been doing in leading the way to building housing in this city, building housing in this region, because housing is not just about the city of Portland, it's about the entire state of Oregon. It's about our country as a whole. So, with that, whatever the source, whatever the correct tool or mechanism to get it done, I implore you to get this done, to meet the moment, to meet the people and build the trust. So whatever future programs that this city wishes to hold and say, we're going to deliver on this next idea, we're going to deliver on social housing, we're going to deliver on market rate, whatever it is, that it's actually, you have evidence that you met the moment, that you responded to the organization and the high level working commitment that everyday people have made to get these things done. So with that, I seal my time and I say thank you for your conference. Peace.
Thank you very much.
That completes testimony.
Okay, colleagues, it is currently 11:33. I would like to give everybody a 15-minute bathroom break. So if we could please be back here at, 11:50? We have a long agenda to go. Thank you very much for everybody who testified. And we are coming back from break. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and for your understanding that we are humans also. Councilor Canal.
Hi, I just wanted to formally move the amendment and ask, I described it already, so I won't do it again, but ask for a second.
Second.
Councilor Canal moves the Canal Smith Murillo Dunphy amendment. Councilor Smith seconds. Colleagues, debate or discussion around the amendment. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. I just really want to say thank you for working through it and slogging through this. Thank you to everyone who showed up once again to provide the testimony. I think this is a really good example of compromise, and it gets me to a place where I can very easily say yes to this. And I see this, someone put it earlier, as we don't have to pit these two things against each other. We can do them both, and we're going to do them both if we vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Novick.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question of Donnie Oliveira if he's here.
Yes.
Thank you, DC Oliveira. My question is, will the different funding source affect the substance or the timing of the projects at all? Depending on, I mean, if we were funding this with a revolving loan fund, would that make any difference to what the projects would have to look like or what the timing would be compared to this proposal?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. Donnie Oliveira, Deputy City Administrator for Community and Economic Development. The answer to your question is no. This will not have a material impact on timing or our ability to get the resources with any restrictions to the projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Novick. Councilor Purtle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not actually sure who needs to answer this question. I know that there is language in the amendment that says that some of the normal requirements of the fund are not in effect for this appropriation, but I just would like the confirmation that no changes need to be made to the projects. There are no complications about whether the project will meet any requirements or not. These funds can be used for the projects as they are currently conceived of, and we don't have to ask people to fit in a box that doesn't quite fit to make this work.
I see DCA Oliveira nodding profusely in the back of the room.
We're all good? Okay, thank you. I think it's important to have that on the record.
Thank you, Councilor Purtle-Guinea. Councilor Canal.
Thank you. I want to first thank Councilor Smith for having the conversation, seeing how can we take this from something that will probably happen to something that will be a overwhelming majority support, which is I think what happens when the amendment passes. And while we can't count votes up here, and so I'm not going to speculate as to how that's going to work, I will say that it wasn't just, as Sahan pointed out, it wasn't just that the Portland Metro Chamber and Welcome Home would be allying on it. I also heard from someone from DSA as well, and the realtors, and that these things, this gets more and more rare as it keeps going. But we should take those opportunities when they last. And I think the other thing, and I really appreciated the written testimony. I wanted to point out that the overwhelming majority of people who testified, it was there were people who supported it, people who supported with changes, people who opposed, that were all. Most of the opposition was about the funding source, not about the projects. And I think we are resolving that with this amendment and helping to unify not only the people up here, but hopefully everyone around the importance of these investments. I'll talk more about those after we have when we debate the underline, but just wanted to say that about the amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Colleagues, is there further debate of the Canal Smith Murillo Dunphy amendment? Seeing none, Keelan, can we call the roll on the amendment?
Canal.
Aye.
Purtle-Guinea.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hoyamaline. Aye. Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman. Absent. Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 11 ayes and 1 absent.
Please. Any further discussion of the underlying ordinance now?
Council President?
Councilor Smith.
I would just like to say something on this. The underlying from the beginning was always a document that reflect our values. And I think that us coming together in an amendment, it shows that we value the work. We value your time, and we value what you're going to do for us in the future. Because as we are coming together on this, and the underlying is actually identifying resources to organizations that historically have not had those investments. And so for me today, this is very, very personal because I listened to a young woman. My grandparents came here from Brooklyn, New York, to work in the Kaiser, my grandfather to work in the Kaiser shipyards. And he was a part of Vanport. He experienced the flood. We were displaced. I wasn't living then, but we were displaced from the Coliseum area. We still have a home that we've owned for 66 years. My aunt just passed away. She lived in that home last week, and it will stay in our family. But the idea that you can build generational wealth, like the generational wealth that was built in my family over many, many years, that we're going to offer that opportunity to others. 49 homeownership opportunities for SEI, 20 homeownership opportunities from Williams and Russell CDC. That's just like unheard of stuff, and produced by Black community-based developers for the Black community. That is very rich. And so I thank you and urge all of you to vote for the underlying amendment. So thank you so very much. I'm very proud today. I'm very proud of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Pirtle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. Council President, I'm sorry, I know you want to move us along, but I think we need to say a few things here. This is
the
important.
time to say stuff.
I am so proud to have supported this work for a bit of time now. Home ownership should be an option for every single person in my district, in our city. Home ownership should be an option for every single Black Portlander. Colleagues, repair means making up for past harm, and that means ensuring that we support the work of rebuilding lost equity through homes owned, through businesses owned. That's what we're doing here today. And it is important that we acknowledge that that is what we are doing here today. Because homeownership remains one of the most important pathways to building generational wealth and long-term stability in our country. It just is. While the earlier work on this didn't move forward, I am really glad to have the policy back in front of us today. And while we have it before us, I want to note that this is a piece of the work, but our work on homeownership is not done after today. Because we know that support for wealth building, partnerships to match down payments, so many other policies are needed before we can truly say that homeownership is an option for every single person in our city. This does not mean that we stop supporting affordable rental units. It does not mean that that part of the work is not also critical. It does not mean that we don't move forward with new innovative opportunities. But it means we stop accepting a world where some people have a choice about whether they want to rent or own a home, and some people don't. Because in the future of Portland I want to see, that's a choice every single person gets to make when they think about what is best for their family. Councilor Smith, thank you for keeping this on our agenda, for working with many councilors on finding a path forward that could get majority support. Councilor Canal, thank you for helping to find the path that's before us today. Colleagues, I hope that this can get unanimous support today. This feels like a real opportunity to follow through and get meaningful homeownership investments over the finish line and take one more step toward that world where every single Portlander can choose whether homeownership is the right path for them and can achieve it if it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pirtle-Guinea. Councilor Murillo.
Thank you, Councillor Dunphy. First, I want to say thank you, Councillor Smith, for bringing this forward, and how heartening it was for me to see this morning that we got to co-sponsor the amendment together. I think that's really special because we've had our tussle over this, and I think it's really special and important that at this critical moment where there are so many housing needs in the city that we are not pitting social housing against these developments, because they are both so important for the community. So it meant a lot to me to see that partnership with you and Councillor Knoll and Councillor Dunphy. And I know that we had tried to bring that forward during the budget process. It was a very tense time with a lot of different things that we were trying to absorb. So I appreciate my colleagues being flexible as we get that information on that. And as people know, it's not a mystery. I've been very consistent that I think that council needs to have a specific process for how we hand out dollars, even if it is going to be a restorative program, because we need proof that the work that we're doing is going to be restorative for the community. And I take that very seriously. I don't take that lightly at all. And I think that I can be a little analytical in my thinking sometimes in approaching that work. But there's also a deep personal and emotional tie in this and how we discuss it. So I want to thank the folks that have flagged that have come and testified, and Councillor Smith for bringing that as well. There were, in previous votes, there were times where organizations got the funding without having to show proof, and these organizations did not. And that's not fair, and Councillor Smith was able to point that out consistently. While I consistently voted to get proof for any organization, regardless of who they are, where they came from, even if they were for my community, because I think that is the standard by which we should be doing this work, I also see when it's unfair that we are doing that to certain groups and not to others. And so I'm very grateful that we are bringing this forward today, that the amendment has passed, and I'm grateful to the community members who have come in and testified, and I'm sorry that it's been an arduous process, but things are made better by you being here. I also want to acknowledge that I look forward to just getting to know all of you more and getting to work with you in the future, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maria. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the DCA for Community and Economic Development, DCA Olvera, as well as the attorneys who worked in support of ensuring everything was above board on the funding source change, and our city budget officer, Ruth Levine, as well. Just wanted to make sure that their work wasn't forgotten here. We often are we're willing to point out when there needs to be something critical and feedback given, but I really want to make sure we're also saying thanks when they really help make this happen, and all their teams as well. I think when looking back over this, to kind of build off of something Councilor Murillo said, I think there have been 4 votes that somehow related to these projects, and I think every person on the City Council has voted yes 2 times on it. And I think we have the opportunity in the 5th vote on this to make it, we all voted yes a 3rd time. I hope we get a chance to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Zimmerman.
Thanks. You know, Councillor Smith, you're a champion in ways that I hope others aspire to be. You're a champion sometimes even for a district you no longer represent, but you did for a long time. And I've always very much valued your leadership in that space. And while I think that there was some shenanigans that held this process hostage, unfortunately for strange reasons, if I'm ever held hostage, I hope the negotiator is Loretta Smith. Because I'll be free. It might take some time, but I'll be free. And so I remember who brought this to me. I remember from the very beginning when I decided that I was a supporter of it. And I remember every time taking a vote to be supportive of it for Councilor Loretta Smith. For you community members who I've gotten to know more and more over these last several months, many of which you're not new faces. This was just a new fight we were in together. And so I appreciate it. A hell yes. And thank you, Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. You know, I'm always thrilled to fund legislation for home ownership, especially this one. This legislation has deep roots and the work will continue. Good news is this legislation has survived multiple mayors now and multiple city councils, which I'm learning is never easy. As such, I have voted yes on legislation for William and Russell multiple times, and I'll continue to do so. That said, this latest challenge has been a long journey since it was part of the original proposal at the Homelessness and Housing on December 9th. So here we are, 5+ months later, finally getting it across the finish line. So first, I want to look out there and say thank you to the community advocates. You've been here quite a few times now in all different hours of the day and night, and your perseverance is seen and it's really respected and appreciated. And thank you, Councilor Smith, for your steady persistence to win this race. Your leadership is inspirational, my friend. You have so much fight. I recall the many point of order, I can't do your voice, flying between you and the council president. It's kind of entertaining, let's face it. And thank you. And it also allowed us to stay focused on what the end game is. Stop the shenanigans and let's focus on what we need to deliver. And that's what we have today. So thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. Again, I am a big fan of homeownership. I've made that clear for the past 6 years on the dais. It's truly the one way a person, a family, can build financial security. I know this from my own personal experience. This is how we build generational wealth. This is how a family is healthier when you look at all the data. I really appreciate someone bringing up the education crosswalk scores and how it impacts families in that regard. As such, this is equity in action, since we are focusing on the community who has suffered from injustice and how. In fact, we heard about those red lines from the Vanport flood just earlier today. So it's a great day for Portland. It's a great day for the City Council. This is targeted economic justice investment that will always build more stability for a person, a family, and a community. That's why we're here. This is exactly the type of investment we can all feel good about. Again, congratulations, Councilor Smith, and thank you, community, who has been relentless with her.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, this item now moves to second reading. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Keelan, can we please call the consent agenda, item 5?
Yes, no items have been pulled from the consent agenda. I'll call the roll. Canal.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith. Absent. Dunphy.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved with a vote of 11 ayes and 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have 11 items on our agenda and a little over an hour and 20 minutes to get through them. I don't imagine that's going to happen, but most of these are second readings that are going to be relatively quick. So we're going to push through, and we are out of here at 1:30, and we will continue items that we are unable to get to. I apologize in advance. Can we please call item number 6?
Document 2026-179, pay settlement of Gabriela Rafe bodily injury lawsuit in the sum of $315,000 resulting from a motor vehicle collision involving the Portland Police Bureau.
Colleagues, this is an item that did not go to committee, as I mentioned earlier, but needs to be moved forward today. So I'm going to just turn it over to Dave Farrow from RISC and Lucy Olson from the Attorney's Office. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. Lucy Olson, Deputy City Attorney. This case involves a rear-end vehicle accident that occurred near the intersection of Southwest Tualatin Sherwood Road and Southwest Olds Place in September of 2020. Now retired Portland Police Bureau Sergeant Brett Barnum was driving a city Chevy Tahoe and collided with a minivan that plaintiff Gabriela Raffier was driving. Ms. Raffi was a minor at the time, and both Ms. Raffi and her mother, Sarah Emel, who was a passenger in the van, were injured, and the city settled Ms. Emel's claim for injuries in 2023. Ms. Raffi's lawsuit sought a total of $900,000, alleging that Sergeant Barnum negligently caused the crash. Sergeant Barnum wrote in his police report after the accident that he was going approximately 35 to 40 miles per hour at the time of the crash, and the speed limit was 45. He was driving a take-home vehicle pursuant to city policy at the time, and he was headed to his home in Sherwood after he completed his shift. He saw Miss Raffi's van in front of him, but he didn't see brake lights. He looked down at his cup holder to put his drink back, and when he looked up, he realized the van was actually stopped or just slightly rolling forward. He attempted to brake, but wasn't successful in avoiding the crash. Ms. Raffi and her counsel presented evidence of chronic hip and back pain with sacroiliac joint dysfunction, as well as headaches, fogginess, dizziness, and nausea. After an investigation, the city attorney's office in risk management determined that the negligent operation of the city vehicle in failing to keep a proper lookout for other vehicles and failing to maintain a safe distance caused the collision and Ms. Raffi's injuries. We negotiated informally with plaintiff's counsel and mutually agreed on a settlement of $315,000, which includes reimbursing plaintiff's insurer for personal injury protection. The city attorney's office recommends approval of this settlement as it will allow the city to avoid the expense of further litigation and a likely risk of a higher adverse verdict. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Keelan, has anyone signed up to testify on this item?
No one signed up.
Okay, colleagues, are there any technical or clarifying questions or any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue. Colleagues, this is an emergency item. So we will move to a roll call vote. As a reminder, emergency items require 9 votes to pass.
Canal.
Thanks to risk attorneys and to PPB for sending me the info I needed on this one. I vote aye.
Portal-Guinea, absent. Ryan.
Aye.
Koyamaline.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 11 ayes and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can we please call item number 7?
Document 2026-180, appropriate grant award for home ownership assistance program, Veterans Restore Health and Safety and down payment assistance for up to $230, sorry.
Thank you, Keelan. Colleagues, this is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. This is similarly another item that did not move through committee. As I stated earlier, this is not a precedent, but I apologize regardless. With us is John Trent from the Portland Housing Bureau. John.
Yes. Good afternoon, President Council Dunphy, Vice President Clark, council members, CA Lee, and staff. My name is John Trent. I am with the Housing Preservation Manager with the Portland Housing Bureau. I'm here to speak to you briefly on an agenda item that put forth together by the Grant Management Office to appropriate the grant of $667,230 for Veterans Restore Health and Safety and Down Payment Assistance Program. I want to share a screen to do a quick presentation. All right. Okay. So back in February 2027 back in February 27th of 2025, I applied for a grant with the Oregon Housing Community Services. On June 9th of 2025, we received a notice that the City of Portland was awarded the Veterans Restore Health and Safety and Down Payment Assistance Grant for $540,000. The budget split are as follows. For the Restoring Health and Safety, it was $358,650, and for the down payment assistance, it was $181,350. In addition to the Restore Health and Safety, the grantee allowed us to bill up to additional $107,559, giving us a total of $466,245 for the Restore Health. And for down payment assistance, they gave us an additional funding of $19,000 that we could bill for, $19,635, giving us a total of $200,985. So those two together adds up to $667,230. It took us a while to sign off on the grant agreement due to contract language to comply with the mayor's executive orders, which was signed on December 23rd of 2025. The purpose of the grant is to provide health and safety repair for eligible veteran in owner-occupied residence with household income at or below 100% AMI, which is area median income, in maintaining a safe and healthy home. The other part of money is to provide down payment assistance to eligible veteran household with income at or below 100% area median income. This down payment assistance loan is zero interest, zero payment, and is forgiven after 5 years. For context, income at or below 100% AMI for one household size is $89,810, or a family of 4 is $128,300. The key program deliveries, we're hoping to provide 4 down payment assistance loans through this grant, and also provide 25 households with home repair grants. This grant is period is July 1st of 2025 and it ends June 30th of 2028. With that, I open up for question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keelan, has anyone signed up to testify on this item?
No one signed up.
Okay, colleagues, any technical or clarifying questions or any discussion about this grant appropriation? Seeing no one in the queue. John, thank you very much. This item's moving to second reading.
Thank you very much.
Keelan, can we please call item number 8?
Document 2026-181, appropriate grant for pilot mass timber feasibility study for $100,000.
Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Similarly, this is another item that did not go to committee. I again apologize. With us this morning, we have Sheila Craig from the Grants Office, Chris Gustafson from our financial analyst, and Masai, I can't pronounce, Masai, I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your name?
Masai Hoshide.
Masai Hoshide, with the Housing Portfolio Finance Coordinator. Thank you. I apologize. Take it away.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you for your time today. For the record, my name is Sheila Craig from the Grants Management Division. I am here presenting with the Portland Housing Bureau. This agenda item requests your approval to appropriate $100,000 in grant funding for the 25-26 budget. The purpose of this ordinance is to formally establish the grant budget authority required to expend grant funds, ensure grant revenue and related project expenses are accurately reflected in the city's budget. This appropriation increase in the grants fund specifically to carry out the work supported by this grant. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Housing Bureau staff to provide a brief program overview. Today is Grant Day. We're just here to bring the city more money.
Love that.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Masai Hoshide. I'm a Housing Portfolio Finance Coordinator with the Portland Housing Bureau. I'm joined today by colleagues who will introduce themselves if they address council. I will provide a very brief overview of this grant. The Portland Housing Bureau is partnering with the USDA Forestry and the Softwood Lumber Board to create a pilot mass timber feasibility study program. We are joining other cities across the nation to identify as an accelerator city for mass timber initiatives. The total grant program is $450,000. $100,000 is being provided by the USDA Forestry and the Softwood Lumber Board. $350,000 is being provided by CET funds. This grant program is intended to provide 6 small micro grants to 6 new construction projects within the city of Portland to explore the use of mass timber as a structural system. The entire grant program is expected to be ending by the end of this calendar year. The feasibility study report will be made public. The new construction projects will be making public presentations on their findings, and we look forward at this time to answering any questions.
Thank you. Keelan, has anyone signed up to testify on this item?
No one signed up.
Thank you. Colleagues, technical or clarifying questions or council discussion? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. Do we know who is going to do the feasibility study?
Yes, at this time, we have a total funding for 6 grantees. We've awarded 5, and so we have provided award letters to 5 grantees to provide those feasibility studies. 3 of those grantees have actually submitted their final feasibility studies for review and acceptance.
Okay. So you know what I'm going to say? You awarded the funds without appropriating some of these funds first. So do we know exactly who those folks are? You can email me who the grantees are.
We are trying. We are trying.
I know. I saw you over there looking to see if I was going to say something, but I'm going to be consistent.
I'd be happy to read off the names of the grantees at this time, or I can email you just in the interest of time. Would you like me to read them off to you?
Yeah, that would be great.
All right. We have the Broadway Corridor, Parcel 4A. We have the OMSI Master Plan District, Parcel A. We have the Lens AIP parcel. We have Short Stack. We have the Lansu Chinese Garden expansion.
Okay. I see why this is an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple questions. So let me make sure I understand this. The feasibility is for the use of this new form of building materials? Is that what the feasibility studies are for?
Yeah, the feasibility study is to explore the potential to use mass timber as a structural system in these proposed new developments located within the city of Portland.
Okay, so each of those individual developments. Gotcha. And I'm just curious, are you, do you have a partnership, or are you working with OSU, Oregon State University, which has a large mass timber study unit?
That's a terrific question. We are so fortunate within this region to have many different public agencies deeply involved in addressing the mass timber industry and how to move it forward, both for economic development opportunities, design, construction within our region. While we don't have a formal partnership with OSU, we are in contact with them, and we think that what they're doing is fabulous.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of experimentation with the actual lumber, what it can take, not take, how it operates under certain weather or seismic situations. It just seems like that's a natural partnership for us. Are there some private sector partners here in the region that you're partnering with? Aside from the grantees?
Aside from at this moment, no, we don't have formal partnerships. But just to let you know, I've been down to visit in Salem. They're the fabulous prototypes that are going on.
Yeah, I thought there were other prototypes going on in our region, up here in Portland as well, and on the private sector side.
One of the grantees is exploring prototypes in mass timber for home ownership. Okay. And so we're happy that this grant is able to support them with their research.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Novick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you just take a second explaining what mass timber is? It is the same as mass laminated timber?
So mass timber, I didn't expect actually to have that question come up, but mass timber is actually a different form of a structural system. And so it is utilizing, instead of it being a solid wood product, it actually is a laminated panelized product. There are many different approaches to mass timber. There are many different construction types. And we are so fortunate within the city of Portland, within our region, that we are considered to be kind of forward thinkers and leaders within the mass timber industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Novick. Councilor Ryan.
It's good to see all of you. It's always fun to talk about grant investments and the leveraging that we can take place. This is exciting. I do have a couple of questions about how we're visioning this going forward. I want to know if maybe you can answer this, any of you, or maybe DCA Oliveira has to come up, or one of his deputies, Director Engstrom, but how are we looking into this investment turn of the effort currently at Prosper? Portland's been talking about this. So are we in conversations with them, first of all, about leveraging these dollars?
Yes. So this pilot mass timber feasibility study program is in essence a pilot. So we have identified new construction projects that already have a pre-existing public-private partnership with the city of Portland, who expressed an interest in exploring mass timber. Okay. We're providing them with $75,000 in grant money, up to $75,000, to explore and formalize a feasibility study report as to whether or not they can utilize mass timber. That report will be made public, which we hope will create a ripple effect for other people to learn about mass timber.
When can we expect that report?
We expect all reports to be available publicly by the end of this calendar year.
Okay. All right. And so the planning and sustainability is involved in the plan. They're at the table?
Yes.
Okay. So hopefully this will come to city life because that's where we're doing economic development conversations.
We can discuss ways in which we plan to create a public website and make the feasibility study reports public, as well as providing a public presentation of the feasibility study reports, and we'll continue to partner in ways that will make the best use of that communication.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's exciting, DC Oliveira, that we can talk about an investment and how we're leveraging it. We haven't had a lot of these presentations lately.
Yeah, Councilor, thank you. And just echoing the report, when those reports are published, it's not just a standalone live on a shelf thing. The teams have been working together across the service area, looking at what sort of zoning, permitting changes we'll have to make to accommodate mass timber when necessary. But to that question about where Prosper's participation is, this is us looking for the angle for our market, like what is the right place for investments. And so the idea is the feasibility studies present a pathway for future Prosper investments.
That makes sense.
Pathway for code to be adopted by you all to improve the feasibility for mass timber construction. And in theory, makes it a better place to build, Portland being that place, because our codes are streamlined for it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That helped a lot.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Vice President Clark.
Sorry, just a couple more questions. I think it's great that we're working cross-service area and that we're, focused on Portland, but it seems like this is a much larger issue with so much more potential. I just wondered if we're in contact with OFIC, the Oregon Forest Industries Council, or other state organizations, because this is all transferable. I think there's a lot going on, and it seems like we're often kind of factionalized, or we're doing a little over here, a little over there. And I just wonder if there's a larger body in Oregon that's coordinating the kind of research, the application, because we are a forest industry state. So this has so much potential statewide. I just was curious if you're connected.
It's actually one of the exciting things about this Mass Timber Feasibility Study program is just the ability to develop partnerships and relationships with so many organizations right now that are exploring mass timber. The Oregon Mass Timber Coalition comes to mind, as well as Oregon State University, University of Oregon. These are large public institutions, as well as coalitions who are actively exploring mass timber. We currently host one of the largest and most respected mass timber conferences on an annual basis. It happens every year within the city of Portland, and we are so fortunate that what it does is highlight that we do have world-class design and construction expertise towards mass timber.
Great. I really appreciate hearing that. I just want to know that we're really integrated in everything that's going on in this state. So it sounds great.
Yeah, Councilor, I think our response initially was specific to the potential in Portland, but to your broader question about that networking and the coordination, our partners at the port, they have the accelerator there at T2. There's so much rich investment and prototyping and piloting going on in the region that it'll just make whatever we do in Portland that much stronger.
And I think that we're demonstrating the transferability among other local governments with, as you said, code changes or code updates, that sort of thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Colleagues, seeing no one else in the queue, this item now moves to second reading. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
We now have 7 second readings in a row and about an hour to get through them, plus an additional extended first reading of an item. So we're going to try and get through as many of these things as possible. Keelan, can we please move to item number 9?
Document 2026-158. Amend Portland Clean Energy Community Benefits Fund Code to allow transfer of interest earned in FY 2024-25 for the FY 2026-27 budget. Amend Code Section 7.07.060.
Thank you. This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Colleagues, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, Keelan, can we please call the roll?
Cannell.
Aye.
Portal-Guinea, absent. Ryan.
He's online.
Oh.
Aye.
Thank you. Ryan?
Aye.
Emmeline? Aye. Mario?
No.
I'm sorry, was that no? Thank you. Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos? Councilor Avalos? Councilor, can you hear us? I see you're unmuted. Absent. Smith?
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
We can hear you.
Okay. I vote no.
Smith?
Yes.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 10 ayes and 2 no votes.
Thank you. Can we please call item number 10?
Document 2026-159. Adopt solid waste and recycling rates and fees for franchised residential collection in the commercial tonnage fee effective July 1st, 2026.
This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Colleagues, is there any further discussion? Councilor Green.
I'm going to vote yes on this, but I want the haulers to take note that you skipped my trash again. Please don't do that ever again, or I'll vote no next time.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement that I made it clear I'll only support rate increases that remain at or below current inflation, which is 3.5% in our market. As such, my no vote should not be a surprise. We're experiencing such severe affordability challenges for working class tax-paying Portlanders, and I just know they want us to live within our means. But the first one I will be supporting because it's below that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, can we please move to a roll call vote?
Canal?
Aye.
Pertlegany?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Quayamaline? Aye. Mario?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman? Aye. Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 12 ayes.
Thank you. Could we please call item number 11?
Document 2026-160, revised transportation fees, rates, and charges for the FY 2026-27, and amend transportation fee schedule.
This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Colleagues, is there any discussion? Seeing none, Keelan, can we please call the roll?
Null?
Aye.
Pertlegany?
Aye.
Ryan?
No.
Quayamaline? Aye. Mario?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
No.
Avalos? I'm sorry, Counselor, was that aye?
Did you hear me?
I didn't. Sorry.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Smith?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 10 ayes and 2 noes.
Thank you. Could we please call item number 12? Read item number 12.
Document 2026-161, revise sewer and stormwater rates, charges, and fees for FY 2026-27.
The second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Keelan, can you please call the roll?
Canal?
Aye.
Pertlegany?
Aye.
Ryan?
No.
Quayamaline?
No.
Mario?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
No.
Avalos?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 9 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. Can we move to item 13, please?
Document 2026-162, adopt rates, charges, and fees for water and water-related services for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027.
This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please call the roll?
Canal?
Aye.
Pertlegany?
Aye.
Ryan?
No.
Quayamaline?
No.
Murillo,
No.
Novick,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Zimmerman,
No.
Avalos,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 8 ayes and 4 noes.
And can we please go to item number 14?
Document 2026-111, add identification of law enforcement officers code to prohibit facial covering, require badge visibility, and require identity verification for individuals conducting law enforcement activities, add code chapter 23.30.
Thank you, Keelan. This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Colleagues, is there discussion? Councilor Canal.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep my opening brief and pass it along to fellow co-sponsors and colleagues for their final comments. I'll place myself back in the queue to close at the end. But I wanted to just note for the record the addition of Councilor Murillo was a scrivener's error not being on as a co-sponsor on the online version before. She has been a co-sponsor for a while. And then I also wanted to note Councilor Pertle-Guinea being added as a co-sponsor and in, I think, recognition of the work in the amendment we passed last time we brought this up. Today we will be taking a final vote on important legislation that has been corrected, has been amended, has been revised. It's been coming through several steps and as a result has come a long way. And I think it reflects the spirit of collaboration that we have said we want to embody and that we've embodied earlier today as well, while also responding to calls from the community for action. So I just wanted to start by saying thanks to all my colleagues for staying engaged through this public process and for thoughtful and certainly robust discussion along the way. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. Councilor Novick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Councilor Canal for working with Councilor Pertle-Guinea and me and probably others to answer questions and take suggestions, work through confusion. It's been a really good process and I really appreciate it. It's gotten to us a place where we have something that isn't what any of us would have written ourselves alone, but something we can all support. Just a couple of public expectation things. I do want to make sure that people know that this is not going to result in Portland police physically tearing masks from people, from ICE agents' faces, but it hopefully will result in them documenting instances where there's violations of the law and there's a provision in the law that allows for for us to compel compliance through a lawsuit. And speaking of lawsuits, I need to say again that I think there's a high likelihood that this will be struck down in court because of the Ninth Circuit decision on the same topic in California, but we do have strong legal arguments and it's an important cause, so I think it's worth taking a chance that we might prevail.
Thank you, Councilor Novick. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Novick said something that really resonates with me, and that is public expectations. And I'm really concerned that we have raised public expectations about what we can do and not do. I think we may be doing a disservice to the public by creating those expectations. I would really appreciate the opportunity to have Chief Bob Day come up and, if he's available, and talk to us a little bit more about what this really can and can't do, or what, and I would also like to ask the sponsors to really clarify, what do you think this really does?
Point of order, this is a second reading. We've gone over this during the first reading. We've already heard from Chief Day numerous times. We have outlined what the ordinance does. Councilor Canal has repeatedly stated that this does not mean our police are going to magically arrest ICE agents and rip the masks off their faces. So
what's the point of order here?
The point of order is, can we move on to our business?
I don't find that to be a point of order. Sorry.
I think I'm asking for more clarification again about what this really can do and can't do, and what the expectations are for the sponsors. What is this really going to do? I think we've raised the expectations on the public so high, and I don't think it's legitimate. It really concerns me that we're not going to be able to do the kinds of things that people think we can do with this. It seems very symbolic to me. And I know that we all received a letter from Chief Day. I don't know if, Council President, if you mind actually asking Chief Day to come up and maybe talk a little bit about, help me understand what's really going on here. Is that possible? Do you mind coming up?
I'm happy to have Chief Day come up.
I really think we've raised expectations among the public that are unrealizable.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Council President, Vice President, Councilors, City Administrator Lee. For the record, I'm Bob Day, Chief of Police. With me is Deputy Chief Brian Hughes. Appreciate the moment just to be able to respond. You all did receive my document. I want to be clear on a couple things. One is that we are in agreement on intent. They should not be taken away from anyone on the dais or listening that the Portland Police Bureau is opposed to identification of police officers, and has been testified to many times. The Police Bureau policy regarding our own identification has been the gold standard that's been looked upon statewide, and it's really what the House bill was built upon. And we've made several efforts in the last 18 months to distinguish ourselves from the federal law enforcement, including multilingual videos and ongoing outreach and frequently asked question pages, and doing many things that I believe has really allowed for our constituents and our community members to understand who we are and what we represent and how we do business. We're also guided by state law, which requires the identification of a local law enforcement officer within 14 days. So even if I were to operate today with a mask and no badge and et cetera, but somebody were to ask who is that, we would be mandated by state law to provide that information within 14 days, and we do that. I have asked in my letter for the clear understanding. I appreciate already Councilor Novick has addressed one of the primary concerns I have. But in our position in reviewing this is I do not anticipate there to be significant change, both in the behavior of Portland officers and what we've been doing for the last 18 months and what we will be doing going forward. And it certainly is not going to change anything on the behalf of the federal law enforcement, because it's been made abundantly clear that we cannot correct that or change that behavior. So the ordinance has been asked to me several times, if it doesn't change anything, then does it matter if it's codified or not? And for me, it doesn't, because we're going to continue doing business the same way, whether this language stays or whether this passes or whether it doesn't. We do all these investigations based upon reasonable suspicion, based upon probable cause. The context of preliminary investigation is essentially an early on investigation that we do and we have been doing for the last 18 months, to the course of maybe over a dozen times where we've been called to look at incidents or review incidents that may or may not involve federal law enforcement. So we already have a policy in place that requires our officers to respond, requires them to do investigation, requires them to document them. So I am just concerned that people would walk out of here and think that there's going to be some sort of dramatic change in police response as it relates to the federal, and I want to be clear on the record that that's not the case. The other two pieces around the bargaining, I've heard Council Pertogini address this, but we are in bargaining now currently with the PPA contract. Been several issues identified that are part of bargaining. I don't believe that every single time that council or the state wants to act, that that's a subject of bargaining, but there are aspects of this that I do believe have a safety component that are, and I would just ask that we initiate the bargaining process as soon as possible with labor to demonstrate a commitment to the CBA. And then finally, the changes that will occur, I would like you to be sensitive to the fact that this is going to add an administrative burden to the Police Bureau. This is going to require us to develop a policy. It's going to require us to train to that policy. It's going to require the documentation for the granting of the exceptions. These are all additional tasks, and they may seem small or insignificant, but they do add to an already workload that's already substantial. So I'm sure there will be a great deal of clarification needed after the ordinance if it is adopted, because we will want to make sure that we're meeting the expectations of council and so forth. But I think there's a path forward. I think continuing to work on House Bill 4138 together, working on the existing policy that we're putting together for that, and working with many of our immigrant groups like we have been doing for the last several months, is the path forward. But primarily, I see this as language that does not have a direct impact on the actual behavior of federal officers or Portland officers, primarily the new administrative burden placed upon us around identification and reporting.
So thank you for that, Chief. I think you answered my question, but I'm not sure. Just let me ask one more time. If we just adopted the state law 4138, as opposed to this, what is the difference? What are we doing differently under this?
Primarily what we're doing differently under this is the imposition or the additional requirements you're placing on the Portland Police Bureau.
Okay.
That's the primary change that's happening, is the additional requirements that you're placing upon the Portland Police Bureau and potentially placing upon our partners who may want to come from other state agencies. Once again, remembering we can't do anything to affect the federal behavior. So all of this is a local context. And a concern that I have would be that as local agencies that we've worked really hard to establish our memorandums of agreement with and so forth, as they come into the city, they're going to be expected to abide by these same expectations that are being placed on the police bureau, which the ultimate irony of this whole conversation is 5 years ago, we were disciplining officers for not wearing a mask. And now now we're going to tell them, we were disciplining them if they didn't wear a mask, and now we're going to tell them we're going to discipline them if they do wear a mask. So there are a lot of exceptions built in, and we will be working through those exceptions. And I appreciate the efforts that have been made to try and find a way to meet those. But at the end of the day, it's the impact of this has to do with the impact on the Portland Police Bureau. It does not have context in the larger space.
Thank you for that, Chief Day. I appreciate trying to delineate what the real differences are between the state law and this ordinances. Colleagues, I think that's really, speaking of irony, it's difficult for me to think about this in terms of the added burden, because we're in the process of cutting the public safety budget, cutting the training budget, cutting the P3s. So I don't know how this work is going to be done when we can't even guarantee a reasonable response to 911. So I think we've got a little bit of a disconnect here that really concerns me. But thank you, Chief, for helping to clarify the difference between just adopting the state law as it is, maybe tweaking it later, and adopting this ordinance, which creates a whole nother burden on the police without any real impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Councilor Purtle-Guinea.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I know we've heard some of this already from Councilor Novick and Councilor Clark, but I want to say a few things about what this ordinance does and doesn't do, and why I still find it to be important to pass. This ordinance does not give the City of Portland the authority to control or direct federal law enforcement. It will not get ICE out of Portland. It will not stop the terror that they are inflicting on our communities, and barring a miracle in the courts, it will not allow us to unmask federal agents. It will also take time to implement, because there will have to be a rulemaking process, and because parts of this ordinance do impact working conditions and safety, which means that implementation will be bargained. I don't say any of this lightly. I don't say I am looking for a miracle in the courts, because that's where I want to be standing. But I think that we need to be honest with Portlanders about what this does and doesn't do. And I think we need to be honest about what our intent is if we do think this will go before the courts. And colleagues, I say this to all of you, not to our constituents. I think it is incredibly irresponsible when we, either personally or through not correcting our surrogates, allow misinformation to be spread about the work that we're doing. It's irresponsible because it sets expectations that we know our city cannot meet. And it's irresponsible because it sets an expectation that will be turned to in the courts that might make it harder for us to prevail and get that miracle. Despite my concerns there, I am excited to be supportive today. When this first came forward, I had some serious concerns about not only what was being said about it, but also some of the structure. And I also ran for office saying I would be a pragmatic progressive. And that means sitting down and doing the hard work of figuring out how to make policies like this workable. And Councillor Canal, I know we sometimes have our disagreements, but I appreciate that you took the time to sit down with me and talk through those structural concerns and figure out how we could make this an ordinance that we both felt would achieve the goals Portlanders were asking for, respond to the call from community for action, and also be implementable on the ground. I think we've gotten there, and I want to say a huge thank you to both of our staff who took even more time than we did to make sure that we got the language right. While this ordinance does not do the things I mentioned before, it does a few really important things that I think are worth our support. Even if we are hearing from the chief that much of what is in this ordinance is how our police operate, even if we hear from other cities that Portland has the standard in the state for how we should be operating, if community does not know that, we're not building trust. And this ordinance ensures that we are all on the same page about what to expect in our city. It adds important clarity on how we deal with people who cannot be identified, at least on initial glance, to make sure that Portlanders know what our police officers will do and that police officers have a laid out order of what the work looks like. And it pushes our police to do a little further investigation to make sure that those calls are made every time, not just most of the time, that we're logging and reporting the details. And critically, what this does is it creates that reporting requirement, which our community partners have said repeatedly will give them records through public records requests that can be used in court cases. We are fighting in the courts over and over again against the federal administration, and we need the data to do so. These are tools that we're passing today. They don't end the terror that the Trump administration has brought forward, but they give us tools in the fight. Portland has never been a city that sits back and waits for others to act. We are a city that pushes. We are a city that says, what tools do we have and how do we get ourselves more tools? And I think this does that. I think this allows us to be clear about our high standards, to continue to try to do repair work and build trust between Portlanders and our police officers who serve us, and to make sure that we have the tools in place that our city and our partners can fight against the encroaching authoritarianism and overreach of federal law enforcement that we know we all want to push back against. I am supporting this ordinance with some reservations about the expectations being too high, but also with hope that those increased tools allow us to continue to do the hard work that we have been doing together as a council. And I hope that others are able to join me in supporting today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Bertolini. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Council President. I got in the queue because I was hoping to motion to limit debate to those in the queue because it is 12:54 and I would love to have an opportunity to have a first reading on my item.
Okay, I will limit debate to those who are in the queue right now. So Councilor Clark will be our last on this item. Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to go back to our first reading. Is Robert Taylor here? Thank you. Could you come to the dais, please? My colleagues have failed to bring up something important that you said, and I want to make sure that I have it right. The last time that we talked about this, the first time that we heard it, you said that this ordinance is unconstitutional. Is that still the case? Is that still your opinion?
Thank you. For the record, Robert Taylor, City Attorney. According to current Ninth Circuit precedent, the city cannot regulate the federal government's identification or masking requirements. So that portion of this likely would be unconstitutional.
And that's binding.
It would be that decision by the Ninth Circuit would be binding on us. So that portion of the ordinance would be unconstitutional. The ordinance also has a severability clause, so that portion would be struck and the rest of it would remain in place.
Okay, great. I will not be supporting this. If our opinion from our attorneys are saying that this is a binding opinion from California, we should take heed to that. And I know that many of you, Councilor Bertolini, I have a lot of respect for you and I support your opinion. I know we move forward and we push a little, but we also have to understand where boundaries are. And I have not been moved by the testimony, have not been moved by the co-sponsors to do anything different other than if this is unconstitutional, we should not be supportive of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Novick.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the issue of constitutionality, the state, when it passed its law, thought they had strong legal arguments that it was constitutional. The state of California, when it passed its similar law, thought they had strong legal arguments it was constitutional, and so do we. Because there was this unanimous bipartisan decision by a 3-judge panel of the Court of Appeals, it seems highly unlikely that that decision will be reversed, but it is barely conceivable that if the issue goes to a larger panel of the Court of Appeals, it could be reversed. So we are kind of hoping for a miracle. I do want to note in response to Councilor Clark's question that our ordinance is different from the state ordinance. The state's ordinance, through what I believe was an oversight, effectively exempted ICE from the identification requirement because it said that it only applied to people involved in criminal law enforcement, and ICE is primarily civil law enforcement. So our ordinance, if it does survive legal challenge, actually does apply the identification requirements to ICE, whereas the states did not. The state also, its enforcement mechanism was simply citizen suits, and our ordinance specifically authorizes the mayor on the part of the city to bring suit against an agency that's violating the law. So there is a substantive difference if the ordinance, or the state's ordinance for that matter, happen to survive judicial scrutiny.
Thank you, Councilor Novick. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. First, thanks for everybody that's been showing up to testify. It's been helpful. And I really appreciated, Councilor Clark, that you did bring up the chief to have some more dialogue. We listened to the testimony, but we didn't really have a lot of chance to do this type of dialogue that we're doing right now. Ditto to you, Councilor Smith, on your stand on this. This legislation will put us in a place where we are over-promising and we're under-delivering. It places our police in a no-win situation, just as half this council are comfortable defunding the police with cuts to training and the PS3s who are focused on property crime. Yet we want to pass something and gamble with taxpayers' money at horrific odds, 1 in a million shot. This is big hat, no cattle, and I won't be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Zimmerman.
First, thanks to the city administrator and the chief. I asked last time, given the amendments, that you weigh in, and you both have done that. So I do want to say thank you for that. It does help. I wasn't sure what the outcome of the amendments that Councilor Perugini had worked on was going to be, and so that was helpful. You know, the impersonation laws that exist on the books have allowed, I think, Portland Police to do a good job at those who break that law. The gold standard, as was discussed to us by Representative Willie Choatson when he appeared here months ago and talked about this when they passed House Bill 4138, was the reason why I wrote an ordinance that I offered up behind the scenes, that if this was going to go too far or not be seen as constitutional, that we let the state take the lead on that part and we just enact what is state law, which is we have to do 4138. I still think that was the right thing to do. I think it remains the right thing to do. Constitutional questions, labor law questions, those were pretty important in my decision here. But what I'm most disappointed about is what some folks have alluded to, is this lie that's been told to the public that somehow Portland Police are going to be snatching masks off of federal officers. And I think it's very clear with the chief of police and others that, one, that remains a thing that would be illegal for the city of Portland to do to them and isn't something that will happen. And I'm sorry that that misperception has grown so much as this went forward, because 4138 was designed to be a good step forward, a good promise to Oregonians across, and Portland could have been a teammate in all of that. So I'm upset by that, but I, at this point, am, I think that there was a reason why that has remained in the ether, if you will, with the way that the sponsors have put things forward. that remains deeply concerning. But for all the reasons that Councilor Purtle-Guinea laid out, I think those are all the reasons why a no vote on going further than 4138 is the right thing today. I think that what she laid out, when you have questions of constitutionality, questions of labor law, questions of perception for your public, I'm not in the business of lying to my public. And I think that this will further that in an unfortunate manner. So I also will be a no vote today moving forward. Thank you. I hope that others will consider that so that we can work on a House Bill 4138 compliant ordinance as is available as soon as this body is ready for it.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Knoll.
Thank you. Colleagues, community, today is the culmination of 9 months of outreach, listening, collaboration, and workshopping with community, public safety leaders, state legislators, including the prime sponsor of House Bill 4138, who came in support of this, and attorneys, and many of you here in the room. It's also a result of tireless advocacy from Portlanders who believe that we should be a city that holds true to its values and stands up for immigrant, refugee, and Latino communities. Portlanders have been asking us to do something, and today we will see if we do. Fundamentally, this has always been about a simple premise. You have a right to know who's policing you. I said throughout this process that when it comes to the federal government, there's a lot we can't do, but everything we can do, we must do. I believe we've arrived at a piece of legislation that does the most it can to protect Portlanders within the limits of federal law. We cannot forcibly unmask ICE, but we do get to decide what we want our laws to be. And I want to thank my co-sponsors, Councilor Murillo and Councilor Purtle-Guinea, for their willingness to roll up their sleeves and spend countless hours working through code, laws, constitution, and public safety practices to thread the needle on legislation that is both meaningful and implementable. I know other colleagues have also been involved in that, such as Councilor Novick. And I want to thank everyone who shared testimony and reached out to our office in support. Hundreds of people shared stories of why this means so much to you, from parishioners too afraid to attend church services, to individuals who filed restraining orders worried about how easy it would be for their abuser to put on a mask and harm them, to the need to protect the integrity of law enforcement's role. The common sense masking policy and minimum identification standards we're voting on today are a step towards greater transparency and accountability, without which there is no true public safety. Verification and documentation policies will help combat the increasing threat posed by imposters and help us understand who's operating in our city and where. And the injunctive relief provision offers a pathway for pursuing enforcement when our masking and identification policies aren't followed. I want to take the opportunity to speak directly to the conversation with relation to the letter from Chief Day, and I want to thank Chief Day for taking the time to write that, as well to ADC Hughes for his time, which he's put in a lot of, to provide several rounds of feedback. What I appreciate the most about that letter is that it was clear about what the needs were, and there were 3 specific asks in it. First, establish a clear understanding between your offices and the public that this ordinance cannot and will not unmask ICE agents. Councilor Novick already spoke to this, so have some others, but since I'm the primary sponsor, let me say this clearly. This ordinance cannot and will not unmask ICE agents. Second, acknowledge and initiate the bargaining process. I absolutely have acknowledged the bargaining process. It's been written into both the ordinance and the code that any portion which has a bargaining component needs to be bargained before it can be implemented. As a counselor, I personally can't initiate the bargaining process, but I join the chief and other counselors in asking the administration, C.A. Lee and his team, to do so. Third, work with the PPB to reduce operational inefficiency and the administrative burden of this legislation. Mayor certainly has a role in this, the administration as well, but on the council side, I remain as committed as always to our role in reducing operational inefficiency. And as we think of specific administrative burdens we can help to alleviate, I'd love to be supportive in helping. And I might disagree with other components of the letter and other opinions that people have on this, but I think these specific asks are very fair. One other thing on this, and this isn't from the letter, but from the conversation that came from it, this ordinance cannot both be something that does not significantly change police activity and procedure on the one hand, and on the other hand, pose a significant change to response times, which is a valid concern that has been brought up by counselors who unfortunately voted no on amendments to assist with getting those police staffing cuts from the mayor filled, and I'm disappointed by those votes. But either of those can be true, they both can't be true. And just this week, a Noticias Telemundo investigation, which you can look up, it's on NBC News as fake ICE agents terrorize immigrants amid Trump's crackdown. Told the harrowing stories of a few of the people who've been harmed by law enforcement impersonators since the current federal administration took over. A man whose forehead was split open by the butt of a gun, a woman beaten and raped after leaving a medical appointment. Imposters pointing a gun at an infant as they rob the baby's parents. Many of our community members are terrified that something like this could happen to them, and with this vote, we can show them that they are not alone, that their city has their backs, and that secret police have no place in a democracy. I encourage you to stand with those Portlanders colleagues and help build trust in local law enforcement by voting aye. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Clark, last word. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to speak from my heart here. To all the people that are in the audience, I believe you have the highest motivation, and I share that with you. We desperately need change at the federal level, no question. There's no question that we all oppose federal overreach. We're all on the same team. And I'm very concerned about encroaching fascism. I think, as you are too, most of the people in this audience, I'm sure. But I cannot, in good conscience, vote for something that does really not make a difference, but maybe make people feel good. I think that we need to, if we're really going to do this, the folks that are voting for it need to be willing to restore the cuts that have been made in the public safety budget that are going to make it more difficult for our friends in public safety to protect us. There's a real disconnect here. But I want you to know that I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've tried to do. I don't think it will make a difference, and I think we're doing you a disservice. So with that, I am going to vote no.
Thank you, Vice President Clark. Keeling, can we please call the roll on this item?
Knoll.
Aye.
Me.
Aye.
Ryan.
No.
Koyama.
Good work, colleagues. I'm proud to vote aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was like, wait a minute. Murillo.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you. Novick, aye. Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Great work. Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 8 ayes and 4 noes.
Congratulations all involved. Can we please move to item 15?
2026-147, amend Arts Tax Code to provide tax relief, promote sustainability of Arts Access Fund, define critical terms, and respond to community and audit recommendations, amend Code Chapter 6.10.
Thank you, colleagues. This is the second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Is there further council discussion? Councillor Smith, is that a legacy hand?
A legacy, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any further discussion of this item? Seeing no one in the queue, can we please call the roll?
Knoll.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Aye.
Ryan.
No.
Koyama.
Really grateful for your leadership, Council President. Proud to vote aye.
Murillo.
Appreciate this improvement. Aye.
Novick.
No.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The ordinance passes with a vote of 7 ayes and 5 noes.
Thank you, colleagues. Can we please call item number 16?
Document 2026-149, add code to prohibit the sale or provision of certain force-fed poultry products, add code chapter 17.110.
Colleagues, this is amazingly still the first reading of this ordinance, which was first heard in the former Arts and Economy Committee on January 27th of this year. I want to thank Councillor Green for his grace and patience as this item has been postponed repeatedly to make space for time-sensitive legislation, most recently waiting a full month between public testimony and the completion of this first reading this item. That delay was triggered by Councillor Green's choice to pause this item specifically to ensure that the Portland Children's Levy testimony could be heard. So I hope that that does not go unnoticed. Councillor Green, would you like to reorient us to this ordinance, and then we can enter debate in the queue?
Yeah, thank you so much, Council President, and thanks for acknowledging the willingness in my office to prioritize other things ahead of this. And I just hope folks are paying attention to that. So colleagues, what this does, we first talked about this in the Arts and Economy Committee. This ordinance would prohibit the sale or provision of force-fed poultry products, AKA things like foie gras, in the city of Portland. It also covers foods where a force-fed product is an ingredient. The key piece here is that it doesn't sort of require the Bureau to go out and actively inspect and make sure that there's compliance, but rather this is sort of a complaint-driven system where the ordinance creates a rebuttable presumption that any item advertised or represented as foie gras is a force-fed product. So if you have foie gras on your menu, there's a presumption that you have an ingredient that doesn't comply with the ordinance, and it can only be rebutted by documentary evidence showing the product is not force-fed. It also does not ban foie gras products that might be non-force-fed. There are some specific cases where you can produce foie gras without force-feeding poultry. So that's the basic contours of what the ordinance does. I just want to know that the community, you've seen in these chambers many times, this has been something that they've been looking for this body to take up for a long period of time. And it's not just when we started in City Hall, it is something that goes back many, many years. And I want to thank the advocates for being dogged in this, and I'm happy to be your champion on this. So colleagues, I hope that we can have a good conversation around this, and I hope to have your support for the ordinance. And I also noticed that there's been an amendment that's been filed. So Councilor Clark, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Councilor Clark, Vice President Clark. Thank you. It's Councilor Green and Council President. I do have an amendment. I think it's filed. Everybody should have seen it. Basically, it would change the effective date of the ordinance to July 1st, 2027. And I'm asking for your support for this for a variety of reasons. I think, we do have a minority of restaurants, just a handful in Portland, that do serve foie gras and that actually have a reputation for that service. They're known probably internationally. But if this thing passes today without this amendment, it's going to be very difficult for them to rapidly change their way of doing business, their marketing strategy. They need to develop a whole new, different kind of menu. There are some restaurants that focus on foie gras. So this really definitely impacts their ability to do business. So I'm asking you to consider giving them additional time to change their menu, to draw down on their inventory, to come up with a different marketing strategy. We're already penalizing restaurants that have put us on the map, that has helped us through difficult times, have brought people here from all over the world to eat at our restaurants. So we're already penalizing them. I'm just asking you to give them more time to adapt to this new world order, should the underlying ordinance pass.
Thank you. And so are you formally moving your?
Please, I would like to move my amendment.
Okay, Clark moves Clark 1 and Councilor Smith seconds. Colleagues, discussion to the amendment. Councilor Smith.
I think this is so important. Thank you, Council President. And Councilor Clark, I appreciate you because as a small business owner too, previous to this, having an unfunded mandate put upon you as a business owner, this gives them the kind of time that they need to recoup. And I support you in this effort, and I think it's so important to remember that these are small businesses. They're the ones who pay the BLT, which also help to pay some of those things that we like and support in our city budget. So I will be supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Councilor Green.
Yes, this is to the amendment. I appreciated our brief phone call this morning, and thank you for motivating your reasons for this. I'll say at the outset that I'm not comfortable waiting a year, but I am interested in this spirit of compromise. I am interested in having a conversation about whether we can meet in the middle on this. I am compelled by the idea that perhaps 60 days effective upon the, past the effective date of the ordinance might be a bit of a tight timeline to change menus and to sort of pursue different marketing strategy. And so I would move to amend your amendment by just replacing, let's see here, just replacing it to 6 months. So that the effect, I think that's January 1st, 2027. I think it's better to say 120 days since the effective date of the amendment.
Would you consider a compromise of 8 months? No, okay, no.
I mean, no, I think 6 months
Okay.
is about far as I can go on
I
that.
don't consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, well, there's no friendly amendments in Robert
Yeah,
Rules. So-
not a thing.
No, it
Yeah.
is? Okay.
Okay, so
Friendly, not friendly.
Councillor Green has moved to amend the amendment to read 6 months, and Councillor Canal has seconded. Councillor Novick.
First of all, I should just say that I was hoping you'd say yes to 8 months. I'm not sure where I am in 6 months, but I actually, when I first saw Councilor Clark's amendment, my reaction was, don't restaurants change their menus every week? But I looked at the menu for Le Pigeon, and actually 2 of the 7 items on their non-vegetarian menu are foie gras. So it is a significant part of their business. And I was just wondering, is Andrew Fortgang from Le Pigeon here today? Yeah. Would it be okay if he came up and just sort of described the significance of foie gras to his menu and whether he thinks the additional time would make any difference?
I'd be happy to, but I will just note we have 13 minutes left today. So come on up, Andy.
Is that
May
the
proceed.
question, or?
The question is, why and how would having additional time make a difference to adjust if this does pass?
Well, kind of as you put forward, where we have the vegetarian menu and then we have our omnivore menu. There are 2 foie gras items. We've had those for a long time. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary in District 3. I guess since there's been a District 3, but we've been there for 20 years, and this has been a part of what we've done. So 60 days is incredibly short, and I feel strongly that this whole conversation is silly that we're even talking about this ban, and I'd like the opportunity to talk a little bit more about that. But a year would really give us the time to make changes that, it's not realistic for us to change how we're known. We're known nationally, we're known internationally. People come to the city to eat at our restaurant. And we're here. Come on. 60 days is absurd. That it's even a thing is absurd. I'm sorry that I'm getting upset. And if I can, once you've discussed the amendments, I'd like to speak for 60 to 90 seconds.
Does it mean, you say 60 days is absurd, would it really make a difference for you whether it was 6 months or 8 months or a year? I mean,
a year, a year would be great. Time goes fast, seasons go fast.
Okay.
We have employees, we have staff, we have plans, we have people who have made plans to come here to eat at our restaurant. So
how
it
far
does
in
make a
advance do
difference.
people book?
We take bookings up to 90 days ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Novick. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, I'm glad you're up here, Andy. Thanks. So you mentioned the amendment to me on the way in this morning, and I was confused, of course, because I was hoping we could vote this down in general, but you've been in touch with restaurateurs, hence Andy. He made it really clear that a year was something that, if forced to live with this new policy, that would be helpful, correct? And so we just established that right now. Okay. I just want to thank you, Councillor Clark, for being the person on the former committee who reached out to all the restaurants that this is impacting. When we make decisions up here, the first people we should talk to are those being most impacted by legislation. And they all made it really clear this would be harmful to them. Congratulations on 20 years, by the way. That's amazing. Not too many restaurants can ever say that. And anyway, I will support the 1 year and remain a big no on the overarching. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Zimmerman.
I thought that this year amendment would be easy. I mean, it just seems like such a a simple, meaningful change to this that I'm actually amazed that this has now become something that isn't a quick pass through. So I'm pretty disheartened by that. I thought that that would make this workable. And I'm sorry that it seems like it may be more controversial than makes any reasonable sense to me. So I think this feels like the city almost punching down or bullying in a way. So Councilor Clark, I 100% support your amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Knoll.
Thank you, Council President. I guess my question I was originally going to direct it to just Councilor Clark, but I guess I'd add in Councilor Zimmerman as well based on that comment. I just want to understand workable in this context. Are you saying that if this were to go a year out, you'd be voting in favor of the underlying ordinance? Okay.
No, so what's the point?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Knoll. Councilor...
The point is not punishing businesses. That is the point.
Councilor Novick. I'm sorry, Councilor Green, is that a legacy hand?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Councilor Green.
I just wanted to say in response to Councilor Knoll's question that although Councilor Clark would not be voting against the underlying ordinance, I'm voting for the underlying ordinance regardless of the extension, I would.
Councilor Green.
I think that when you talk about compromise, oftentimes it's a negotiation. So my initial position was 60 days on this ordinance. Then I saw an amendment that says, what about a year out? Now, I already know that Councilor Clark's going to be a no on the underlying, but if the intention here is to change this for the sake of making this more palatable for a broader set of councilors, then going halfway seems like the definition of compromise. 6 months is halfway between the two. I don't think you can hold inventories on fog off for longer than a couple weeks at a time. Okay, well, that's all right. 6 months is plenty of time. 6 months is plenty of time. And two things can't be true at once. I've heard that that this is a waste of time because it's such an insignificant share of the restaurant scene in Portland, but that also banning foie gras will fundamentally destroy the restaurant scene in Portland. Those two things cannot be true at the same time.
It's the argument that you're making on the other side.
Sir, you're not recognized right now. And so I hope to have your support on the amendment to the amendment, and then I hope we can move forward on this discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Green. Councilor Murillo.
That's really generous, Councilor Green. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment to the amendment now because of the behavior that I've seen up here when we're being told to compromise constantly. This council has supported small businesses. We supported it a lot through the amendment process. And yes, even the socialists voted in favor of amendments to support small businesses, crazy as it may seem. So I will not be supporting an amendment to whittle this away any further. This is a very simple policy. I think that you have a fantastic restaurant. I think it's going to continue to succeed. I think 6 months is generous. So that was plenty of time to make those changes. And this is very simple. And very simple things get dragged out by this body quite a lot. So it's also just funny, like the decorum things, who gets to have outbursts about what and when and how. Councilor Zimmerman, looking at you. So I will be for sure voting in favor of this and just making sure that it passes. Thanks.
Okay. See, Councilor Novick. Is that a, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Actually, this is just an appeal to Councilor Green, recognizing that there's not really a lot of science to this. I just really would feel more comfortable with 8 months than with 6. So is there any chance that you will be willing to reconsider that?
Just based on vibes.
Sorry, no.
All right.
Not at this moment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Novick. Seeing no one else in the queue, can we please call the roll on the Green amendment to the Clark amendment?
Can you please restate what that is? That is just changing it to 6 months.
Correct. Yes, this, the Green amendment to the Clark amendment would reduce it to a 6-month timeline rather than a 12-month timeline.
And then, sorry, just to clarify, are we saying 6 months or are we saying January 1st, 2027?
I'll clarify my intent. The original language had a relative date marker, so 60 days after passage of the effective date of the ordinance. Councilor Clark's put a date that was a year out. My intent would be to just change it from 60 days to 120 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
180 days.
I'm sorry, 180 days. Thank you, 180 days.
So to be clear, the amendment is for January 2027.
No, it's 180 days after approval by this body.
Okay.
After approval or effective date, or is there a difference between them?
Yeah, effective date. You're right.
So just to clarify, this is not currently an emergency ordinance. So if it's 180 days after the effective date, this is a point of information, I apologize, that it'd actually be 7 months, just to clarify, from the date of the final vote.
Because there's a 30-day activation after the end of approval of non-emergency ordinances. Cass, could please call the roll?
Canal.
Aye.
Portal Guinea.
No.
Ryan.
No.
Quayama
Aye.
Mario.
Because I expect we'll have 7 votes with the compromise, then yes.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The motion to amend Clark 1 is approved with a vote of 9 ayes and 3 noes.
Do we now take a vote on the underlying amendment, the now amended Clark 1? Okay, could we please call the roll on the now amended Clark 1?
Canal.
And this is now to have 6 months. This is codifying what we just fixed, or what we just changed. And Canal.
This is overarching.
No.
No. The second amendment.
This is the, we amended
We amended my
Councilor
amendment.
Clark's amendment, and now we have to vote on the amended
What am I,
amendment.
it's.
I know. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Canal.
Aye.
Portal Guinea.
Aye.
Ryan.
This is for a year.
6 months.
6 months.
It's changing.
No, it's a
Point of
year.
order. It's changing it from the current 60 days to 180 days from the effective date. It is changing it from 60 to 180.
So it's a little bit of aspirin. Okay, aye.
Quayama
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
The amendment is approved with a vote of 12 ayes.
Okay. Colleagues, this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It is 1:30, and I am moving us to a second reading. Oh, right, that's a good point. You're right, we didn't actually. So I actually have to continue this to a continued first reading because it is 1:30, and we are at a hard deadline.
Since Andy's here and he just wanted a little bit of time, can we please give him that?
I'd be happy to give Andy 60 seconds.
I wrote something out, so just hold the start time. Thank you for the chance to speak here. I don't want to reiterate too much of what has been covered already in prior council meetings or things that I've said before this body already. Briefly, it has been laid out already that the text of the ordinance itself and the supporting documentation is misleading, contains clear inaccuracies and fear-mongering half-truths. Sadly, to me, that does not seem to be disqualifying for the ordinance. I can't understand how inaccuracies cannot be disqualifying for an ordinance, but apparently it is. That's the way it is. As a restaurant, I am deeply concerned that the ordinance plans to implement this proposed ban by tattletaling by partnering with a group that used guerrilla tactics to disrupt and disturb small independent restaurants, businesses that were operating lawfully, that bullied restaurants, and then that the city looks to reward and empower that bad behavior and not support the restaurant industry. That hurts, and it really seems wrong to me. Separate, not as a business, but as a citizen of the city, I watched last week the tough choices and discussions over the budget, the hard cuts that had to be made. It makes me slightly incensed, frankly, that this proposed ban will cost the city money in time and money with its implementation. This is a fact that Councilor Smith demonstrated in the committee meeting back in January. Further, the city will have to defend this bill in court. That is completely squandering the city's resources to defend this bill with time and money of the city attorney or outsourcing to other attorneys. All of that when all sides acknowledge that only 6 or 7 businesses even sell foie gras. Portlanders, the city deserves better than that. The city budget deserves better than that. The city's resources deserve better than that. It just does not feel like responsible governance. It feels like politics. And I urge all of you to think about this, vote what is really best for this city. Thank you.
Colleagues, we will have the ability to discuss this at our next meeting, but I am moving this to second reading.
And are the animal rights folks in the audience going to get a special time slot as well?
We will see when we get to second reading.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Council President, how do we move to a second reading if we haven't gone through the discussion, or are you just eliminating that?
We will have time for discussion at the second reading. We always have time at second readings.
But you're eliminating one half of the time we have for discussion, which is first reading, and then we always have the option during a second reading for council discussion.
True. I am moving this one forward. So, and with that, we are at 1:32.
I object to the motion by the chair.
That's noted. With that, yes.
Just a second, I think they can overrule the decision.
Okay. Great.
I've asked for votes in the past on that.
Great. Let's, councilors, we will discuss this now. Councilor Knoll.
I'm not in the queue.
Okay, Councilor Zimmerman. Okay, there is a discussion about whether or not to move this to second reading or continue a first reading. Do we vote on this?
Was there a second?
Yes. Okay, Councilor Ryan seconds.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, point of order. Is this just a challenge to the chair's decision to move to second reading, and that's what the vote we are about to take?
Yes, this is a non-debatable motion. There has been a second about whether to move this to a continued first reading or move it to a second reading. Can we
And
call
a vote yes, what? And a vote no means what?
a vote? Oh, that's a good question.
Yes, this is to sustain the opinion.
I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting for. So yes means that I agree with Council President's decision, and no means I do not?
Opposite.
The opposite.
If you vote yes, that means that you agree that this should be moving to a continued first reading and overrule the ruling of the chair.
And a vote of no means I don't want to overrule the chair's decision.
Correct.
Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to a vote, please.
Point of information, what happens with, did we already have public testimony on this and I didn't notice it? Did nobody sign up?
Public testimony happened a month ago.
Okay, thank you. It's been a while ago.
Only 70 or so. 80 something.
Okay.
Robert's saying the opposite.
And hold on a second, I'd like to verify, we've got conflicting information in my chat here about whether a yes upholds the vote of the chair or upholds the motion. On the floor.
Robert's saying the opposite, so why don't we go with Robert? So the opposite, yes, will uphold the ruling of the chair, and a no would support Zimmerman's keeping it as a first reading.
Okay.
What? Just switched it.
Just gonna switch it. A yes is to vote for me and a no is to vote for Zimmerman. Let's take the roll, please.
I don't know that that's the official city attorney's ruling, because that doesn't make sense to me.
This is what Robert
Councilor
Taylor.
Zimmerman is saying that he does not agree with your decision, then he's trying to overrule your decision. So me voting no would mean that I want to keep the decision. Right?
At this point, I'm just gonna say, because as long as we all know what we are voting on, I have made a ruling. It has been challenged. If you agree with that ruling, vote yes. If you disagree with that ruling, vote no. Okay? Thank you. Call the roll, please.
No. Oh, sorry, Cano.
Yes.
Portal-Guinea.
I have questions about this still, and because this is not a debatable motion, I wasn't even able to ask if I could ask those questions if we move to second reading. So I'm sorry, Council President, but I have to be a no right now.
Ryan.
No.
Koyama Lane.
I think she has dropped off.
Absent. Mario.
We had over 70 people testify. That is extensive public process. Let's get it done. Aye.
Novick.
Yes.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Dunphy.
Yes.
The motion carries with a vote, the motion fails with a vote of 6 ayes and 6 noes.
Okay, this item will be moved continued as
Is it 5 noes and 1 absent?
It's 6.
Oh, sorry. Yep, my fault. 6 ayes, 5 noes, 1 absent.
Okay, we're moving to first reading, and we are. Nope, we're moving to first. We're moving this to a continued first reading of this item because the appeal of the chair was not upheld. So.
Is there anyone in the queue right now?
Nope, we are.
It's a majority of those.
If the appeal of the chair was not upheld, then the appeal of the chair failed, which means the chair is rule control.
The appeal.
If that's not the case, then say that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yep.
Appreciate everybody sticking with us at home.
So the appeal of the chair the chair's ruling stands. The appeal was.
The appeal failed.
The appeal failed, which means the chair ruling of the chair has stood, which means this item is moving to second reading, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Which means it should have been a no and not a yes.
He's like.
That's right.